Okay, learners, so here we have our free T7 ELU diagnostic test, 37 questions. Me and you, we're going to rock it together. Let's get started with question number 1. Which of the following words is spelled correctly? And here we have a lot of different variations of the word absence. Now, if you notice, the very first thing you want to look at, especially with spelling words, is look at what is the same. Okay, now here, you're going to notice that all of these have the same exact prefix, and that is the correct prefix. Usually if things are the same, they're going to be correct, but that is A, B, which means away from. Which makes sense. If you're absent, you're away from work, you're away from school, whatever the case may be. Now, most of us would look at this and think that it is going to be the ending of something like sense, right? Like a word like nonsense, right? Where we see this sort of ending here. And we think, okay, so yeah, like nonsense is not having sense, so absence is probably being away from sense. That makes sense, right? Unfortunately, that is wrong, and that's where this can be a little bit tricky. This is one of those English language words where this one's actually going to end in CE. Because CE as an ending is a suffix that really talks about and depicts a state of something, which is the state of you being away, right? So the answer is absence here. Okay, so that is question number 1. So we can go ahead and erase everything. We're already sort of flying here. That was a tricky one to start with because it is one where you're just going to have to sort of study, especially those unique spelling rules to really get you going with that one. That one is absence, and we'll move on to question number 2. Now, question number 2, and a lot of the questions here on the TEAS will give you a sentence. The principal of the high school was debating whether to pursue the issue any further. Which of the following corrects an error in the sentence above? And we have debating with debating, replacing that word, replacing further with farther, replacing whether with whether, or replacing principal with principal. Okay, now here, if you know the answer, you can just go ahead and mark it off right away. But in reality, we have a lot of different options here, and all of them sort of focus on different English language rules. This first one focuses on the dropping the E word. So this one's trying to trick you by having the full word here. That one, I want my highlighter, where you see this full word debate. And you're like, oh, I debate with an ing. But oftentimes in English, when you have the ing suffix at the end, you drop that E. So this one is incorrect. We actually do like that word debating there as it is without the E. The next one's further with farther. Now, farther, because of that word far, that is taking it a distance. Okay? So if you're running farther, that makes sense. But taking an issue to the next level, that is further. So again, that one using process elimination, that one's also correct. So in this case, it's not an error. Now, whether with whether, the sort of weather that is here in our option is the sort of weather that is like the sunshine. Oop, I don't want green there. The sun is not green. I want yellow. That is that sort of sun, right? So, and weather is whether or not, the option between two things. So that one is also correct. And that leaves us with principal versus principal. And that one is the wrong answer, which in this case makes it the right answer for us. We're looking for the error, right? Now, the biggest thing is principal with the LE. That is like a rule, like a principle you stand by. Principal with the AL is the person that is the most important, or how I like to think of it, and I learned in school, is the principal of a school is also your pal. It's a little corny, but it's an easy way to remember that one. All right, so that one is our correct answer. So again, we have 2 for 2 so far of our 37, just a little bit more to go. We're doing great here. So let's choose our correct answer and on to the next one. All right, so on to question number 3. Which of the following demonstrates correct punctuation? Is it our first option? We will study 3 sources of electrical power: solar, wind, and tidal energy. Number 2, we will be studying 3 sources of electrical power, solar, wind, and tidal energy. 3, we will be studying 3 sources of electrical power, solar, wind, and tidal energy. Or our last one, we will study 3 sources of electrical power that are solar, wind, and tidal energy. So for this one, we're looking at an initial clause, which is a claim. A clause is a part of a sentence. So we have initial clause here. That is a claim here, and that clause looks like this. We'll highlight it in blue for us. And those are all the we will be studying 3 sources of electrical power. Those are throughout here. And then we're looking at a list, and I'll highlight the list in green. And those are the 3 types of energy: solar, wind, and tidal. All awesome renewable resources. Okay, so here, the rule is this. All the ones in green are looking at the same exact structure here. It's a list of 3 or more. So all of them do have, I'll highlight in yellow, all of them on the first one, all of them do have those commas in between our list of 3 or more, right? Including that Oxford comma, which I love, TEAS loves. We'll get into it later. So we're really gonna be looking at this section here in blue and looking at that initial clause that is a claim. Now, when an initial clause is a claim and is also an independent clause, which means it can stand on its own. It doesn't need anything else to help it. Those are going to require a colon. A colon, if you've never seen one before, is 2 periods, one stacked on top of another. All right, so when those 3 things are let, we use a colon. Now here, we're going to focus on each one of these. We will study 3 sources of electrical power. Is it an independent clause? Is it a sentence? You say we will study 3 sources of electrical power to somebody, I'm wondering what they are, but that is a sentence. I'm not going to look at you like you're crazy, right? So that one is a independent clause and it is a claim. So unfortunately, that one does not work, right? We will be studying 3 sources of electrical power. Again, same exact sentence, but it has that comma there instead of the colon. Also incorrect. This one features a colon. That means ding, ding, ding. That is our correct answer. Now you might be saying, well, Johnny, right? This one also has that colon. Why isn't this one the correct answer? And the real reason why is because of this dreaded little ending part of that clause right there, that are, because that does not make an independent clause. We will be studying 3 sources of electrical power that are. If I stop there and I didn't say anything else, you look at me like, yeah, what are they, right? It's not a complete sentence, which means it's not an independent clause, which means, unfortunately, that one does not work. All right, so that is why it is really option 3. If you're going A, B, C, D, it would be letter C with the colon. So we're going to keep on moving on through. Hopefully you got that one right on your own. If not, check out our lessons on Nerve Stuff. I have a whole lesson on different clauses and punctuation, in sentence punctuation like that. Question number 4, we're looking at end sentence punctuation here. Which of the following options correctly completes the sentence above? Let's read the sentence. Where do you recommend scheduling a pedicure appointment around here? Now notice, first, I think it's a great tip that I love to just plug in what that says immediately, right? This makes it easier for me to read. I find it saves myself a little bit of time too on the test. Something just to practice during your test prep. So here we're looking at where do you recommend scheduling a pedicure appointment? Somebody wants to get their feet done. They want to know where is the best place to schedule an appointment. Now here, if you notice, all of them are saying around here, which is great, which means we only have to focus on one thing. And that one thing we have to focus on is our end punctuation. This one has absolutely nothing. So this one has no punctuation. This one has a question mark. This one has an exclamation point. And this one has a period. Okay. So first, is this a complete sentence? Where do you recommend scheduling a pedicure appointment around here? Yes, that is a complete sentence. It is not a dependent clause. It is not an incomplete sentence. So that means we do need some punctuation. So let's cross that one off instantly. Now, is this a question? Yes. Why? Because of this target word right here. Where? When you have words like who, what, when, where, why, and how before a question, hey, why did you choose that nail color, right? How did you like your experience at that nail salon? All those questions. Or if you have that little uptick when you read it, where do you recommend scheduling a pedicure appointment? Around here, that little uptick in voice while you're reading, that means it is a question, which means you need a question mark. So going through the rest of them, why would you not use an exclamation point? Because exclamation points for screaming. That is a very aggressive way to ask for a pedicure appointment. Let's cross that one off. And why does it not have a period? Why? Because it's a question. So that one also is incorrect. Okay. So question mark or questions. And again, those 5 W's in the H, who, what, when, where, why, and how, super, super helpful. Those are most likely, more often than not, going to be for questions. All right, so here we have somebody baking some soft, fluffy biscuits for number 5. Sounds excellent. I'm a little hungry myself. So which of the following options correctly completes the sentence above? Is it soft and fluffy biscuits? Soft, fluffy, comma biscuits? Soft, fluffy biscuits with no punctuation? Or soft, comma, fluffy biscuits? So here we have a brand new term, and we had what we call an adjective, and we have 2 of them here. Now, adjectives are words that are used to describe a noun, okay? Adjectives could be, they are a fast runner. You could say they are a runner. That'd be true, but saying fast denotes how the speed at which they're running. So it's describing how they run, okay? So adjectives, we have that the biscuits are soft and fluffy, makes them sound absolutely delicious. So when we have 2 adjectives back to back, and they are coordinating, which means they are working together. And how do we know if they're working together? Are they describing the same thing? So when we have something like a biscuit that is soft and fluffy, those both describe that biscuit. So we know they're coordinating, right? So we have 2 adjectives here. We know they're coordinating. That means they need a comma in between them. Which one has a comma between them? Ding, ding, ding. Soft, fluffy biscuits. Now, why would you not put it here? Because that is not between the 2 adjectives. That is between the 2 adjectives and the noun. The noun is the biscuit. All right. So there we go. Number 5, another one completed. Hope you're doing excellent with this on your own. I hope I'm being some level of help for you as we move on to number 6. My sister, a single mother of 2, has many tips on finding deals at the grocery store. Which of the following options correctly completes the sentence above? Now for this one, we have what is called a non-essential clause. Now, what does that mean? It means we have a clause that is not needed. Again, if you're an essential worker, it means you gotta be at work, like society relies on you, nurses, essential workers. What is a non-essential clause? It means, hey, we really don't need that part of the sentence. Now, what do you think is a part of the sentence that you do not need? Hopefully, you are saying a single mother of 2. Now, is that part of the sentence important? Yes. Does it give detail? Yes. Is it necessary? Unfortunately, no. How can you check? The easy way is to read the sentence without it. My sister has many tips on finding deals at the grocery store. Does that make sense as a sentence? Yeah, it does, right? Now, of course, is the part where where she's a single mother of two like a helpful tip about who this person is? Yes, but is it needed for the sentence? Unfortunately, no. Now, when you have a non-essential clause, you set it off with 2 commas. You're set it off with 2 commas. You have 2 of them. Where? Before, and you guessed it, after that clause. So if you notice on the one that we highlighted, this one has it before and after that clause, which means that is our correct answer. Now you might be looking at it and say, well, Johnny, again, help me explain, help me understand. Why can't I just say my sister, period, a single mother of 2, comma, has many tips on finding deals at the grocery store? Well, my sister, period, doesn't make sense as a sentence. You can't go to somebody in the street or in the hallways of your school and say, my sister. And you're like, my sister what? There is a subject there. There's no predicate. There's no verb. There's no action. Okay? So that is why we use the comma for the non-essential clause, which makes that one the correct answer. All right, so we're going to choose B as our correct answer. And we're going to keep on moving and grooving. All right, number 7. First, please register with a valid email address. Which of the following options correctly completes the sentence above? So notice, very often at TEAS, they give us a sentence and they say, hey, make this sentence whole, make it correct. So for this one, what do we do? Now here we have what is called an introductory adverb. Okay, now with an introductory adverb, it does require a comma after the adverb. What is the adverb here? The adverb is first. Now, if you did not know that, right, how would you approach this question? Because now kind of already gave the question away, answer away. It's C, right? How do we handle this? The only difference between 1, 2, 3, and 4 here, our 4 answer options, is the punctuation. This one has no punctuation here. This one has a semicolon. This one has a comma. This one has a colon. Okay, so if you're using cross-examination, if you're actually absolutely stuck on test day, which sometimes you are, I love to read these sort of things out loud, and I listen for pauses. First, please register with a valid email address. Notice how there's a natural pause there. Let me read it one more time. First, please register with a valid email address. That natural pause there. Now that pause means we need some level of punctuation, which automatically crosses off this one, leaving you with a 1 in 3 shot. So even if you didn't know the rule, that's a great way to approach it. All right, but fortunately for us, we know the rule. We study with Nurse Hub. So we're going to mark the correct answer with a comma, and we're going to move on to question number 8. Which of the following sentences shows the correct use of punctuation marks? So first, notice a different type of question here. No longer do we have the sentence at the top of the page. Instead, we are just dealing with 4 separate sentences. Now, they're all saying the same exact thing, which is great, all right? How did you become such a good cook? Grandma asked Carly at dinner. So we have a conversation between Grandma and Carly, where Grandma asks, hey, how did you become such a good cook? Pretty nice statement, right? Now here, if you look at it, if all of them are the same, right? And if you notice, I'll use my highlighter to show you in blue. If you notice, all of them have the question mark here. So don't look at that sort of punctuation. All of them have a period at the end. So what do we have to focus on? Well, we have to focus on what's in green here, which are these quotes. This one, we're looking at quote rules. Now, here's also where it gets tricky. This thing, right? A single quotation mark is used, it looks like an apostrophe. It's just going the other way. It's used for quotes inside of a quote. Like if you're quoting a book that also included, like, Tom said this, then you would use the quote inside the quote. Fortunately, we don't have that here. That's a little way that TEAS can sometimes trick you. So you got to be really careful and look at that punctuation. So let's mark that one off right away, because tricky ATI on that one. We don't like that one. All right, so now looking at the rest. Why do you use quotes? You don't know how to spell it? They are spelled like this: quotation marks. And they look like this. Just two little lines. And why do we use them? To mark when someone's speaking. So where do the quotation marks go? Around where someone's speaking. So let's look at the first one. We have the quotation marks at the beginning where it says, how did you become such a good cook? And at the end of that statement. So that one so far looks pretty good. So let's keep on moving. Second one, beginning, how did you become such a good cook? Grandma asked Carly at dinner. Now this means that this part right here is part of the quote. That doesn't make any sense. So let's cross that one off. Now this one, we get tricky. Because grandma is asking the question, the punctuation is going to, and it's because it's a complete sentence, it is going to go inside the quotation marks. So that one's also incorrect. So we were right on our gut, first reading of option number 1, and that is our correct answer. So there you go, quotation marks. Used for when people are speaking. So now if you're reading in a book, reading a newspaper article, or reading on a news app that you use, you now got it. You know why they're using them. You know how they're used too. All right, let's keep moving. To prepare the entree, the chef makes olive oil, chicken, and vegetables. Which of the following correctly punctuates the sentence above? Okay, so here we have an introductory clause, but the real focus here is going to be on a list of 3 or more items. Now, when you have a list of 3 or more items, it is imperative that you put a comma between each one. Okay? So if we look, every single one of these has a comma after the introductory clause, which is great to prepare the entree, because it's a dependent clause, and it needs that independent clause of the chef makes olive oil, chicken, and vegetables as part of it. So we have a comma at the beginning there. It's the second part of our sentence. So we're really going to focus on everything after that piece. So the chef makes olive oil, chicken, and vegetables. So now we got to ask ourselves, what is the chef mixing? What are our lists? What's part of that list of 3 or more items? Now here it is the olive oil, the chicken, and the vegetables. So let's look at where we're punctuating here, okay? Here we just have the chef mixed olive oil, chicken, and vegetables. Yeah, there's nothing separating that. Even if you read it out loud, to prepare the entree, the chef makes olive oil, chicken, and vegetables. Ooh, that sounds rough. That sounds rushed. It sounds rough. I don't like it. Let's cross it off. To prepare the entree, the chef mixed olive oil, chicken, and vegetables. Looks pretty good. Let's hold on to that one. We're not sure. There might be a better one. Let's take a look at number 3. To prepare the entree, the chef mixed olive, oil, chicken, and vegetables. Ooh, what the heck is oiled chicken? That sounds like greasy chicken that's also raw. I don't like it. That's not a cooking dish I know. And also, we have it right after the verb of mixed. Doesn't really make sense. crossing that one off. And finally, to pair the entree, the chef mixed olive oil chicken and vegetables. Now here we know of a list of 3 or more items. It makes sense that's olive oil, chicken, and vegetables. So this one is going to be our correct answer. Over it one more time with a green marker, make it look a little better. Let's go nice little highlight there, and we will move on. That is our correct answer. So again, list of 3 or more items. You definitely want to have commas in between those ones, including the last one. It's a really quick note, just while I'm here. This one here is really, really important. It's called the Oxford comma. It is the one just before the last item, before that word and. There are, in the English community, there is a lot of infighting about whether or not this is an appropriate use of punctuation. I love the Oxford comma. More importantly, TEAS loves the Oxford comma. So we love the Oxford comma, and we are going to use it on our test. All right? Just a little note, one last one about 3 or more list items. We'll move on to question number 10. We're at the decade mark. We have 27 to go after this one. You can take a little break, press pause, grab yourself some popcorn, maybe like a seltzer or a bubbly water or like a juice or something, and come back. We're going to go into question number 10. Question number 10. Despite owning a car, Michelle takes the bus to work every morning. So here, back to our black, we have a dependent clause, sentence part, right? That goes directly into an independent clause. Now, the rule is when you have a dependent clause that goes into an independent clause, you have a comma to separate them. Okay? So despite owning a car, how do we know that's a dependent clause? Well, dependent means it needs something, right? It's like a baby is dependent on its family for care, right? And the baby needs the family, right? A dependent clause needs other pieces to make it whole. In this case, it really does need an adjective, right? It needs a predicate. So despite owning a car, Michelle takes the bus to work every morning. So if we just say Michelle takes the bus to work every morning, that works. So that is an independent clause. So we have a dependent clause, check, and an independent clause, check. What do we do in between them? We put the comma right there. Right, there is our answer. So we're keep like at number 10, we're already there. Hopefully if you got your snack and your beverage, you're enjoying them while you're watching me help you navigate this TEAS diagnostic. And we're gonna move on to question number 11. In History of Turkey, notice that is in quotation marks. That's important, right? We love our little details. Porter refuted the notion that such a link exists. Which of the following options correctly completes the sentence above? So here, we're looking for a citation. Now, why do we use citations? To avoid plagiarism. We don't like plagiarism. Plagiarism is really nasty, especially in the academic setting and in the professional setting. You definitely don't want to do it. So let's define what these words are. What is a citation? A citation is saying where something that you researched or something that you referenced in a paper or an article, where it came from. Okay? So it's just saying, hey, this is where I got this work. What is plagiarism? Plagiarism is when you don't give other people credit for their work. It is try to pass it off as your own, or you make a mistake, and it is a really, really rough academic penalty and professional penalty. All right. So no matter what format you're using, you're in an English class, you might be using MLA, that's the Modern Languages Association. If you're in the medical field, you might be using APA. All right. In both of these, they use parentheses. They use the page number that it starts with to where it ends. And that's where your information ends. And then it closes off with a period at the end. Which one does that? Boom, right here. So that's just knowing the rules. There's no real trick. It's just to make sure that when you get to nursing school, you're going to cite things and you're going to cite them correctly using those parentheses. Afterwards, you have to do like a works cited page for MLA or footnotes for APA, but that's how you do an in-text citation. So if you didn't know, now you know. Learn something new today. Kind of cool. All right, question number 12. We're at the dozen mark. Our mail carrier, blank, it could be the packages on our doorstep, and left the packages on our doorstep, left the packages, colon, on our doorstep, or left the packages on our doorstep. Which of the following predicates correctly completes the sentence above? So boom, first thing, I said it a couple times. New word, right? What is a predicate? A predicate is saying what the subject is doing. So who's the subject in the sentence? Our mail carrier, our mail person, and it's what they are doing, right? Because if you just said our mail carrier, you'd be like, your mail carrier what? Rides a unicycle, hula hoops while they deliver mail. What is it, right? We need to know what they're doing. In this case, it's leaving packages on the doorstep. So when you have a predicate like this, right, you need to have, the biggest thing is you need some sort of verb. In this case, is going to be the action. Okay. So in most predicates, they're going to begin with that verb. All right. So which one does that? Which one does that? And which is the verb here? The verb here is left, right? Because that's what they're doing. They're leaving the packages on the doorstep. So which ones begin with the verb? This one and this one. So we can cross off our first two. All right. So what's the difference between them? This colon here. Oop. Highlight time. This colon here. On this sort of sentence, there's no need for a colon here. We're not looking at a list that is preceding, a clause that's preceding a list. So we don't need that one. So that one we're also going to cross off, leaving ourselves with this one. All right. So there you go. Learned all about predicates. And we'll move on to question number 13. All right. So question number 13, our baker's dozen of questions. Baker sometimes throws one in extra because they like it. All right, brand new question type for the T7. So if you took the T6, you did not see a question like this. And what do I mean by this? The biggest difference here is this, please select all that apply. So if you notice, you're not just choosing one answer here. You can actually choose multiple answers here. So more than one are correct, but you only get it right and you only get all the points if you get all of them correct. All right. So here we have the question, which of the following are complete sentences from the passage? So here we have a passage and we have to look at which ones are the complete sentences. Now you have two options here. If you feel super, super confident, you can go right to here and just read them and say, okay, which one, is that a complete sentence? Is that a complete sentence? Is that a complete sentence? Or you can start by reading in the passage here, which we'll do. And then I like to mark which ones are complete sentences, which ones make sense, okay? So let's read it together. The night before Kendra left for college, she couldn't sleep. All right, is that one a complete sentence? Yeah, looks good. So let's just mark it down right there, all right? Thoughts in her head about what this adventure would bring. Oh, that's whose thoughts, right? That's not a sentence. She wondered what her roommate would be like, whether or not she would easily find all her classes, and which extracurricular organization she might join. So we have our subject there, she. She wondered, there's our verb. And we have our list of 3 or more. Yeah, that's a sentence. She knew with certainty that she could count on new, better experiences throughout the next chapter. She knew, and what she knew of her life, which she couldn't wait to begin. So here we're looking at a secondary object here, and then the verbs at the end. Really tough sentence structure that doesn't make any sense there. So we have 3 sentences here, right? And if you notice, the same 3 sentences here. So let's mark all, let's first erase our work here, and let's mark all these off. So again, with these, you have to choose multiple, right? And really, you don't have a ton of time, so use your best instincts and use your resources. In this case, the sentence. So you have, she wondered what her roommates would be like. And I have for Kendra left for college. And she knew with certainty. There are our answers on that one. All right, question number 14. Which of the following sentences is grammatically correct? Number 1, a perfect fit, comma, she purchased a dress from her favorite store. 2, from her favorite store, comma, she purchased a dress that fit perfectly. 3, she purchased a perfectly fitted dress from her favorite store. And 4, she purchased a dress from her favorite store that fit perfectly. So now if you notice, all of these are different sentence structures. So we know we're no longer looking at just punctuation like we were in our first few. In this case, we are looking at what we like to call modifiers. Now, what are modifiers? Modifiers are something that modify or change or alter a noun, right? So instead of a dress, it is now a perfectly fitted dress. So here we're really looking at that word, that term, that phrase of perfectly fit. Now here, we're also looking at misplaced modifiers, because modifiers really like to be right next to what they're modifying. Okay, so let's look at these and use our cross-elimination to cross some of these off. So number 1, a perfect fit, she purchased a dress from her favorite store. That makes it look like the person, and she is a perfect fit. So that one doesn't work for us, so let's cross it off. From her favorite store, she purchased a dress that fit perfectly. Now this one looks okay, right? But we do have that word "that" there in between. All right, so let's just keep that in mind. It's a good fit, but is it the best? She purchased a perfectly fitted dress from her favorite store. Ooh, this one's promising. It is right next to it, directly next to it. All right, so this one looks good. Honestly, it looks better than number 2. And finally, number 4, she purchased a dress from her favorite store that fit perfectly. So this makes it look like the store fit perfectly. I'm not sure if you ever try to try on a store. Doesn't really work that way. All right, so now we're between these two. Biggest thing about modifiers, I like to be right next to it. This one is right next to it. So that is our correct answer. So again, sometimes with the TEAS and with a lot of standardized tests like this, it's not about the right answer. Sometimes there are multiple that are right. It's about the best answer. All right, next one. Number 15, the head of pediatrics blank 4 children of her own. Which of the following options completes the sentence above? Is it the head of pediatrics will have 4 children of her own? The head of pediatrics has 4 children of her own? The head of pediatrics has had 4 children of her own? Or the head of pediatrics have 4 children of her own? All right, so now we're looking at subject, subject-verb agreement. So we have our subject, the head of pediatrics, and our verb is some sort of form of have, has, will have, etc. Okay, so this, let's just mark it. So we have nouns or a subject, and we have all of our verbs or parts of our predicates here. All right. Now, when we have subject-verb agreement, we are looking for the subject and the verb to match up in their type. Okay. Now, that means, is it a singular? Which means, is it one or more? Is it a plural, which means like a group? And here, even though this ends in an S, we are actually looking at the head of pediatrics. That is one person, right? That is one healthcare worker. That is the head of pediatrics. So that is a singular. Now, so these have to be singular, right? So let's take a look. Which ones are singular, right? First one, will have, is singular. Has, that is singular. Has had is singular. Ooh, have, no good. So we already crossed one off. Now we want to look at what tense it's looking at. The head of pediatrics will have 4 children of her own. Ooh, that's like a weird prediction. I'm not like a fortune teller. I'm not a mind reader. You will have 4 children. We're not doing that in the sentence, right? So that is not correct. Has is singular. It's present. I'm going to guess head of pediatrics still has these children. So we're going to keep that one in mind. And has had, oof. Has had is like an ongoing action, but also kind of puts it like she's had the kids, she's done with them. It's not the right tone. So we're going to cross that one off too, leaving has as our correct answer for our subject-verb agreement. All right, so we learned something else today. We have a whole video lesson series and practice questions on subject-verb agreement. If you're kind of stuck on those ones, need a little bit more. Right on nursehub.com for you. All right, question 16. Here, we're looking at the author's tone. So here, notice I had a massive, well, not massive, it's only a few sentences, but I have this passage here. This passage looks a little daunting when you're taking the test. So here, I like to look at the question first, and it says, what is the author's tone? All right, so tone is looking at like the attitude and the feeling that we want to, that you feel as a reader, because that's what the writer's trying to get you. He's trying to get you to feel something, okay? So let's read the passage, and then let's figure out the tone. Before we do that, let's take a look at our options. First is an objective tone. An objective is looking at the facts. Regretful. This is looking back at something with regret, looking at something that you wish you could change. So we're wishing for change on that one. Like, I wish I could just do that one thing, ask that one person out, do a little bit better in that class, et cetera, et cetera. Indignant. Oof, indignant. Indignant is being angry or annoyed. And finally, nostalgic is looking back at the past, but staying positive, kind of like you miss it. It's kind of like when you watch an old show that you watched as a kid, and you're like, oh, you know, you're brought back to like that living room you sat in, who you watched it with, what you ate at the movie theater, those little things. So that's being nostalgic, right? So let's read the passage now. The school, located atop one of the highest and most beautiful mountains of the area, witnessed snowy and long winters. During the cold days, all pupils, including myself, carried a couple of hot baked potatoes in our pockets and into the freezing classrooms. This way, we could keep ourselves warm in the morning and then have a delicious and ready-to-eat snack at noon. Modern heating has its advantages, but I have yet to find something that tastes as good and as comforting as those potatoes did. Okay, so looking at our tone, right? About this story about the school and the potatoes, right? So first, is it objective? Is it staying just the facts? Well, it does talk about where the school was. It does talk about that they did bring potatoes. So technically it's right, but we're not sure. So let's just put a nice little question mark next to that one for now. We'll keep an eye on that one. Is it wishing for change? Is it wishing we went back and did something else? No, that's not saying like, I wish I went to a different school. So let's cross that one off. Is it being angry and annoyed or indignant? No, it's not saying the potatoes were like so ridiculous they burnt my hands. No, it's not being angry. Nostalgic. It's looking at the past in a positive light. Now here, you look at this last line. I've yet to find something good and comforting as those potatoes, that tastes as good and comforting as those potatoes did. That's like looking back at that and being like, those are the good old days. That's being nostalgic. That is our correct answer. So again, sometimes it's not looking at which one is the right answer. Sometimes it's looking at which one is the best. All right, so there we go. Question number 16. Let's erase our work. We'll mark down our correct answer. And there you go. You learned a little bit about author's tone today. Think nostalgic. All right, question number 17. Again, we have a huge passage here. Not huge, but we have a passage. And so we're going to read the question first. All right. Which of the following sentences from the passage does not follow the overall tone? Look at that. We have that word again, right? Overall tone of the passage. So here, even though you have these answers down here, right? Even though you have them, you do need the rest of what we like to call context, how they flow together to really understand this one. So you can't just go back and just go forward and read all the answers and choose the best one. You can't do that for this sort of one. You have to read that passage. And we're looking for the one that doesn't fit the rest of the tone, the way the rest of the one makes us feel. All right, so let's read. Living in one of the warmest countries on Earth poses many challenges, as the inhabitants need not only to find inventive ways to stay cool, but they also require innovative strategies that allow them to grow their own food. Since 1985, Dmitry Ivanov has been researching hydroponic farming systems, a way to grow crops directly in nutrient-rich water. Among its many advantages, Dmitry remarks on the fact that hydroponics offer a decrease in water usage in agriculture. To grow 1 kilogram of tomatoes using intensive farming methods requires 400 liters of water, whereas hydroponic methods need only 70 liters. Nevertheless, climate change and land degradation will render all of Ivanov's efforts useless. Okay, so looking at this one, using our context, which is the one that doesn't fit the overall tone? So now let's take a look at our answer options. Since 1985, Dmitry Ivanov has been researching hydroponic farming systems, a way to grow crops directly in nutrient-rich water. Yeah, that sounds like the rest of it. Living in one of the warmest countries on Earth poses many challenges, as its inhabitants need not only to find inventive ways to stay cool, but they also require innovative strategies that allow them to grow their own food. Yeah, that's about the hydroponic farming systems. That looks good as well. Among its many advantages, Dmitry remarks on the fact that hydroponics offer a decrease in water usage in agriculture. To grow 1 kilogram of tomatoes using intensive farming methods requires 400 liters of water, whereas hydroponic methods need only 70 liters. That also looks good. Nevertheless, climate change and land degradation will render all of Ivanov's efforts useless. Okay, so in all of these, we're staying objective. Remember that word from our last one, staying to the facts, but we're also staying positive. And then we get this one, right? We're almost said it. It is, hey, all of these efforts of Ivanov are going to be useless, right? It's all going to fall apart anyway. That is taking a really negative tone. That does not fit with the rest of the passage. And therefore, that is our correct answer. So again, looking at tone, and especially sometimes, I know we don't have a lot of options here, as far as like we don't have a lot of time, but sometimes you do have to read a passage. All right, question number 18. Freight train with your miles of cars, collecting eclectic graffiti like scars, ghosts of innumerable nameless places, seen but looked past by thousands of faces. Which of the following is likely the genre, brand new word, of this passage? So what is a genre? A genre is the type of thing it is, of writing it is. So it could be just like genres of movies can be action, adventure, and comedy, and romance, and superhero films are its own genre now. For writing, we have genres too, right? Genres can include articles, they can include research essays, they can include poems, letters, book reviews, and fictional stories, just like we have here, right? So here, if you notice, this writing looks different than any other we've had, right? Number one, these are all really, really short lines, right? And they have no punctuation. There's no punctuation to be seen, and there's nothing connecting them, right? These we like to call stanzas. Stanzas are the paragraphs of poetry, right? They're short lines. They're often done with by pressing the enter key, so they're on a second line below it. Now, the second thing you're going to notice, cars and scars and places and faces. What do those do? Yeah, they rhyme. Now, not all of this type of, not all types of poems, which poems is our correct answer here, rhyme. Sometimes they do, right? Cars, scars, places, faces, they rhyme. Why do poems sometimes rhyme? It allows us to have a natural cadence to it, right? A natural flow. Why is it not a letter? Because they're not writing this to anyone. Usually letters would say dear and the recipient. Usually have a signature at the end. This doesn't do any of that. Book review, this is not a literature review. It's not looking at an article for an academic purpose. And it is, even though it is something that could be a fictional story, right? And poems can be fictional stories. The best possible answer is that poem. All right, so there we go. Looked at genre today and we read some poetry. We got creative with it. Okay, so now we're at question number 19. And for 19, we have a passage in front of us. And it asks, for whom is this passage probably being written? So for this one, we are looking at for whom, which means we're looking at analyzing who the audience of this passage should be. Now, with any sort of question like this, I then like to look at potential audiences. All right, so the first one is parents. Second one are business owners. Next, we have engineers. Those are people that plan and design different things like bridges, or you could be an electrical engineer, biomedical engineer. And finally, teachers, which is my job, right? I'm a teacher. So let's read the passage and let's try to find any words or phrases that might pique our interest and might sort of decide who our audience is for this passage. During the summer, you must prepare properly when venturing outside in the heat. First and foremost, make sure you apply plenty of sunscreen. Any area of your skin that is exposed to the sun should have sunscreen. This includes your face, even if you're wearing a hat or sunglasses. Additionally, drink plenty of water. Whether you're inside or outside, always have water with you to drink. You could even make it a goal to drink so much every hour. Staying hydrated is key to good health and helps you avoid getting overheated. Last but not least, eat or snack frequently. When it's hot out, it can be easy to lose your appetite or become so engulfed in your activities that you go longer in between meals. It is a good idea to have a small snack like a granola bar with you at all times. Your body still needs nutrients, even in the heat. Make sure your family is prepared before spending the day outside this summer. So looking at this immediately, I'm looking at this and I'm like, all right, I'm a teacher in summer break, but this isn't written to me. It's not about lesson plans or anything like that. So we can cross that off. It's not about any work that an engineer does, right? But there's really no key except for one word here. And that one word, I'm not sure if you caught it, is family, right? The minute I see family, I can cross all the rest of these off. and I can go directly to parents. All right, so there is question number 19. Our audience, because that word family, and because it doesn't fit any other ones, that option is going to be for parents. And we are on to the next one. Number 20. We are now 2 decades in, right? So here we have a little reading segment here, right? And it says, which of the following publications would most likely contain these sentences? A poetry anthology. An anthology would just simply be a collection of poems, like a book full of poems. A business memo, a stage play, or a scientific journal. Okay, now here we have a couple of really key things. First is that we have Molly and we have Stevie. Now, Molly says, so we have this stage direction, we have this line directly underneath. Have you seen my new white boots? I thought I'd left them here. And then Stevie says, yeah, I think your sister's wearing them. So this is what Molly's saying and Stevie is saying. Now, this would not be in a business memo. It does sort of have lines like the poem we saw before. They're kind of short, but so maybe we'll keep them in mind, that one. Stage play also definitely could be, but a scientific journal, no, that is not like the American Journal of Medicine, right? So here we're between the two. And the biggest thing here that we want to keep in mind, and our key here are, again, Molly and Stevie. These are the lines that they would be reading on stage, which means that this is a stage play. All right, so there we go. That is what it looks like. You might have read like Shakespeare in middle school or high school, or you might have read something like Fences or Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, or any of those other plays, and you would see things like that. So that is a stage play. We're going to move on to question number 21. 21, we have another large paragraph, and it says, which of the following sentences contains information this time that does not belong in the paragraph? All right, and we have 4 different options here. So let's read these options, and then we'll take a look at our passage. So, in order to keep a horse as domesticated animals, proper care and training are necessities from the beginning. You should probably feed your horse. A newborn horse or foal will often be hesitant to interact with humans. And finally, though it is time-consuming, caring for and training a horse early on can have significant benefits for both the horse and the owner. Now, if you know the answer, I know the answer from this one, just because one of these sentences does not read like the others, you can go ahead and select that now. But you may also need to look at the passage above. So let's now read the passage, looking for which sentence does not fit in with information with the other ones. So, in order to keep horses as domesticated animals, proper care and training are necessities from the beginning. A newborn horse or foal will often be hesitant to interact with humans. So let's take a step back. We're looking at care and training of horses. And sometimes they're hard to train as babies, as newborns, because they're hesitant to interact with humans. So far, so good. However, it is crucial to gently attempt this interaction starting in the first few days of life and continuing on a daily basis to familiarize the horse with humans. Still talking about horse training, we're in good shape. This helps make further training for specific skills such as racing or working cattle much easier because trust has been established. Good. You should probably feed your horse. So far, that doesn't read like the rest of it. So let's leave a little bit of a mark here in red, right? We'll highlight that sentence. This is what we're questioning. Depending on the available resources, horses may eat grass, hay, grain, oats, vegetables, or even a mixture of those through feed from a store. Okay, so that continues. Let's put a question mark next to that one, because that one continues on about, it's no longer about training, but it does sound like the rest of it, all right? Though it is time-consuming, caring for and training a horse early on can have a significant benefit for both the horse and the owner. So now we're back to training. We're in good shape. So we're really looking at, you should probably feed your horse, and any of these about feed. Now, here's the interesting thing about the TEAS and about this question. not all of these sentences are in here, right? So if I scroll down, notice that the sentence about the types of feed, I'll highlight it again just to show you. This one about depending on available resources, horses may eat. That sentence, that is nowhere to be found down here. It's nowhere. It's missing, right? We only have, you should proudly feed your horse, which is the other one we were questioning, which means that is the correct answer. So sometimes not all of the sentences will be in there on your exam day. So that is our next question done and dusted. We're going to keep on moving on to question number 22. Which of the following would likely act as a transition sentence? So a transition is when we move between different things, right? It could be ideas, it could be sections, it could be different types of tone, right? So we're going to read these and we're looking for which one is making a move here, all right? So ultimately, no one is certain whether or not life exists elsewhere. Have you considered the possibility of life on other planets? On the contrary, some people believe that life forms exist on other planets. And finally, scientists previously identified what appeared to be tracks on the moon. Now here with transitions, we often have what we call a transition word. Transition words can be something like however, or due to this, or taking into account other things. And for this one, we have two phrases that are at the beginning of the sentence. We have ultimately, and we have on the contrary. Now, ultimately means the last. So, biggest thing here, where they're trying to trick you, is you have these two here. This one would be a closing or conclusion sentence. And this one, on the contrary, means that we are switching from one idea, probably the naysayers, to another idea, which in this case would be people that believe that life forms exist on other planets. So that's moving from idea to idea or transitioning. So that is our correct answer. All right, so there's another one. Done. All right, so transition sentence, look for those transition words. We have a whole lesson on transitions on nursehub.com to give you a more in-depth explanation if you need it. All right, so there we go. Question number 22. Okay, so now we're on question 23. And question 23 is asking us to take a look at the writing process. Now, the T7 has a renewed focus on the writing process. T6 had a little bit of it. T7's focusing on it a little bit more. Now, the writing process is the steps you take from idea or assignment all the way through to publication. And publication could mean turning it into your teacher or professor. It could mean publishing it in a medical journal. It could be publishing a book, okay? So here we have a bunch of different steps. We have brainstorming, publishing, writing, and proofreading. Okay, so what do these steps mean? Now, brainstorming is taking a look at your assignment and trying to find out your approach to it. So it is looking at the ideas. That could be making an organizer, that could be doing an idea map, there's a lot of different ways that you can brainstorm, and everybody brainstorms different. Publishing is the very act of submitting and also giving it to your audience. That could be your teacher. That could be a journal. That could be a magazine. That could be a publisher as far as like a poetry anthology that we talked about before. Writing is the very act of putting pen to paper or typing it. And finally, proofreading is making sure everything looks and sounds right. So that is really the editing process, but editing more in the form of grammar. So all your spelling, punctuation, all that fun stuff. Okay. So looking at it, if we have idea to publication, this one right here, brainstorming. We're looking at ideas, right? Ideas, first step in the writing process. That means that is the correct answer, right? Publishing is going to be the last step, right? So if we have this as 1, this would be 4 in this case. And then afterwards you would go writing, and then you would go proofreading. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, and 4 as far as our steps in the writing process go. So that's the writing process. We have a whole lesson on the writing process. It's just good to know, just for when you get assignments, also when you're in nursing school, right? Yeah, so that first step is brainstorming. So here we are, question number 24. Which of the following sentences would likely act as a supporting detail? Now, what is a supporting detail in a sentence? Okay, that is looking at adding in additional and oftentimes specific information. Now, this one's tricky. Why? Because we don't have a paragraph here. We have 4 sentences here, right? And the tough part is these ones are not in order, right? So they're not in order at all. So we have to read these knowing they're not in order and knowing that they could even be parts of different paragraphs. All right, so let's take a look at these. Not only do people come to watch the birds, but they also photograph the birds they see. That's sentence number 1. If you travel along the East Coast, chances are that you'll spot several flying friends along the way. 3 is the eastern coast in the United States is home to over 1,000 species of birds. And finally, number 4, the most common type of bird seen in this area is the red-bellied woodpecker. So let's break down these sentences. First one, not only do people come to watch the birds, but they also photograph the birds they see. This is moving from one idea to another. And we know what that means. That is a transition sentence. Now, we talked about transition sentences earlier. They don't always need to say next or following up or on the contrary. Sometimes it's just moving from one idea to the next. The next one, if you travel along the East Coast, chances are you'll spot several flying friends along the way. This one is introducing a topic. So this one we would talk as an intro sentence. Why? Because this one could be the first sentence of a new paragraph, right? Hey, you're in the East Coast, you could see several flying friends. How many are there? What are their names? Et cetera, et cetera. The eastern coast of the United States is home to over 1,000 species of birds. If we were taking a less narrative approach and a little bit more an objective approach, like we'd see in something like an article, this could be another introductory sentence or sometimes we call these topic sentences as well. And that leaves our last one, right? This is our supporting detail. Why? Because it's adding in additional and specific information. What is the additional and specific information? In this case, the name of a common bird that you see there. So that one is our supporting detail. So there we go. Question number 24 out of 37. We only have about a dozen left. So let's choose our red-bellied woodpecker and we'll move on to question number 25. Okay. My doctor prescribed an antibiotic to fight my infection. Which of the following defines the prefix anti as used in the word antibiotic in the sentence above? Okay, so here, biggest thing, we are looking at the prefix anti in the word antibiotic. All right, and it's even in this sentence here as well. Now you could use these context clues and see that it's fighting and going with it from there, But really quick, this is also asking us about our word parts, which oftentimes come from Greek or Latin. And in these sort of cases, we are looking at the prefix, pre meaning before. We are looking at the root word. And we are looking at the suffix. And in this case, again, we are looking for the prefix. All right. So one way to look at it is trying to say, okay, what does an antibiotic do? Well, we know here an antibiotic is working to fight the infection. Okay. So when we look at this, we can use process elimination and sort of talk it out. Okay. So it's not looking at something after the infection, right? That doesn't really make sense. And after would be post, like post game, right? So that is not our right answer. Against, against, fight. We fight against things. Let's keep that one in mind. We won't touch that one for now. With, well, it's not working with the infection. It's fighting it. All right, and this one would be prefix con, right? And so that one is incorrect. And finally, for, well, antibiotics are not working for the infection. It's not helping the infection out. It's kind of doing the opposite. And there's actually no real prefix for. So this one's also incorrect. And against is our prefix anti-establishment, antibiotic, and this one is our correct answer. All right, so there's question number 25, right? We're already 25 in. You are doing so well. If you need to take another quick break, great time to do it, right? We're 25 in, got about 12 to go. Our last real push here, okay? Question number 26. In which of the following does the suffix, just talked about these, suffix again goes at the end, creates a word that has a different meaning than the root word? Again, so let's write this one more time. We have prefixes, we have our root word, and then we have our suffixes. And we're asking ourselves, which way does the suffix change the root word? All right, so we have a bunch of different words here. We have phalanges, we have examined, we have ovaries, and we have intestinal. And we're asking, which one has a different meaning? So I love to write these without the suffix, okay? So for phalanges, this would be phalange. Now, without the S, this is just changing it from a single to a plural, right? So it's not really changing the word meaning here. So we can go ahead and cross that one off. Now, examine, our root word here, without our suffix, is just looking at examined. Now, ask yourself, did this word meaning change? No, it's just really moving it from the past to the present, okay? So there's another one. We can cross it off. For ovaries, we are looking at, they might be asking, why does it not have IE? Remember, in some words in English, we have a Y at the end and we want to make a plural, we change the Y to the IES, okay? That one makes a plural again, just like phalanges. So we are also going to cross that one off, and that one leaves us with intestinal. Okay, so without our suffix, that would be intestine. Now the intestine is the piece of our digestive tract, right? Intestinal means relating to the intestines. So this one's moving from the noun intestine to an adjective intestinal, something describing it, all right? Which means this is changing the word meaning, which means that is our right answer. All right, so looking at a little bit of word parts, and again, this one's a little bit more like a puzzle. You have to think a little bit outside the box. I find talking it through to myself is super, super helpful in questions like this. But the answer is intestinal. 27 out of 37. Oh my goodness, we have 10 left. We are rocking. All right, which of the following is the meaning of the suffix? Again, the suffix again. So another word part question. Algia. All right, so we are looking at the suffix. I'm gonna make that one a different color just to make it a little bit more clear. Make it red. Algia. Now, I love to ask myself in this sort of question, what words do I know that include that suffix or that ending? Now, I'm not a medical person, right? But I do watch a lot of television, and I do see a lot of ads for medication helping with fibromyalgia. And I know that fibromyalgia has that same exact suffix. So all I have to ask myself is, what does fibromyalgia mean? And then taking a look to see which one of our four options, spreading rapidly, a person who treats pain, having to do with pain, or having to do with plants, which one fits? Okay. Now, I know based on the advertising I watch, and you might have different options, that fibromyalgia is some sort of a disorder that causes pain and tenderness throughout the entire body. It's very uncomfortable, as well as a lot of fatigue, like that exhaustion, and some trouble sleeping. So I know it focuses on pain. Okay. Now we can use a process elimination. Take a look at these. Now, spreading rapidly. Well, I'm not sure if fibromyalgia spreads rapidly or not. I'm not that good of a medical expert, so let's hold off on that one for now. A person who treats pain. Well, no, the disorder is about pain. It's not about the doctors and healthcare workers and nurses that treat it. So that doesn't work. It might be like fibromyalgist, right? And oftentimes that IST is our ending for people whose job it is to treat things. Having to do with pain, ooh, that's another big time question one, so we'll keep that blank. And having to do with plants. Now, with this one, you might be thinking, oh yeah, algae. I know that word algae, that works, but unfortunately that is a trick. ATI is trying to trick you because this is also the incorrect answer. So is it spreading rapidly or is it having to do with pain? Now, I know that, again, fibromyalgia is something that causes pain and tenderness throughout the whole body. I know that. I'm not sure if it spreads rapidly or not, so I'm going to go with my gut, and my gut in this case is correct, where algia is something having to do with pain. All right, so that's sometimes talking it out. And again, when you have something that's a suffix, identifying other words that you know, or if ATI gives you a full sentence or a passage, using those can be super helpful as well, using your context clues in order to answer these questions. Just like in this one, right? In this one, we have a sentence here that we're going to use our context clues. Now, what a context clue means is looking at the other pieces of that sentence or paragraph in order to make sense of our question. So our question is, which of the following best describes the word susceptible based on its use in this sentence? Now, you might know what susceptible means, and you just go ahead and answer that because you know the definition. But if not, you can use our context clues, which means the rest of the words in our sentence, to decide whether it means to be aware of, subject to a force or influence, resistant to a force of influence, or shielded or protected from. So let's go ahead and read our sentence now. Since he didn't have much of a backbone, Brian was susceptible to peer pressure. Okay, so we have some really key looks at our context clues here. Since he didn't have much of a backbone, Now, what does that mean? That means that, okay, you're kind of going to go with the flow. You might, if somebody says like, hey, we should do this thing, you're going to be like, yes. My mom always said, if all your friends jumped off a bridge, would you do it? My question is like, how high was the bridge? I was very susceptible to peer pressure as a kid, right? And then we have our key word here. Brian was susceptible to peer pressure. Now, what does peer pressure mean? Peer pressure means that all your friends are doing something, your peers, the people that you work with, it could be your age group, and are you going to do that thing or not? Now, because he does not have much of a backbone, means he is susceptible to peer pressure. Now, let's go through our answer options. Our first one, to be aware of. That means like, okay, I see the peer pressure. That's all it means. I see it, right? I'm aware of it. I'm aware of it means to sort of just like see it and acknowledge that its existence. So that one does not work here. Subject to a force or influence. Now, to subject means you are going to do it, right? So that one does kind of sound like it, but again, there might be a better option out there. So let's hold off for now. We don't want to make a decision yet. Resistant to a force or influences. That means you are going to say no to it, right? No. That's the opposite of what Brian does, right? He is susceptible to it. He's going to do that sort of things. He's not going to say no. And finally, shielded or protected from. That means that he has a great friend or somebody that's saying no for him. And unfortunately, that's also the incorrect answer. So what's our best one? Subject to a force or influence. And how do we find that? We found that using our context clues. All right, so there we go. Question number 28 of 37, done and dusted using those context clues. And again, just talking it out, going through our answer options. Question number 29. Which of the following sentence is punctuated? Get in sentence punctuation, out of sentence punctuation correctly. And we have 4 sentences here. When exercising, it is important to stretch before, during, and after a workout. I ate sushi, noodles, a hamburger, and granola today. Veronica needs to purchase various plants such as a monstera, a fig tree, and a rose bush. Or Shan purchased items for the lab such as beakers, syringes, and gloves. Now, the very first thing I notice here is all of these have a period at the end. So those are all the same, which means, hey, we don't need to worry about them, right? So we can just erase that. We are looking at in-sentence punctuation. Now, if you notice on all of these, right? On all of the 4, we are looking again at that list of 3 or more items. Now, do you remember from before? What goes in between those? Yeah, our commas. Our commas, and especially that Oxford comma. Okay, so now we want to look for our commas, and we'll mark them down with our handy highlighting tool. When exercising, comma, it is important to stretch before, during, and after a workout. So now notice we have before, during, and after. That's our list for 3. We don't have any commas in there. That's not our right answer. Let's move on. Next one is about what the person ate that day. And that person ate sushi, and there's the comma there, so we're looking good. Ooh, noodles, a hamburger, and granola. So again, that has 4 items. Now, noodles, a hamburger, and granola, those have no commas there, so that is not correct either, right? Veronica needs to purchase various plants such as a monstera, a fig tree. So there we go. We have a monstera is our first option, first thing on our list, a fig tree, and a rose bush. And those ones all have our commas. So we're going to hold on to that one for now. And finally, Shan purchased items for the lab such as beakers, syringes. Now, beakers and syringes, 2 separate items. Those don't have the comma, even though after syringes we do. So unfortunately, that is not the correct answer. So that leaves us with our 3 options of a monstera, a fig tree, with the Oxford comma there, that's the Oxford comma, and a rose bush, all with commas separating them. So that is our correct answer. We are crushing it. Again, that's another list of 3. So it's important to find out, okay, what are these sentences doing different? All right, especially when they're not in a paragraph like that or when they're not the same sentence, because those can get a little tricky. All right, question number 30. Oh my goodness, we are in as far as first digits go, we're in our last one. So we're 30 through 37 and we're done for today. You're doing great. Blank, sometimes difficult to maintain one's optimism. Which of the following options correctly completes the given sentence? Okay, so we have it's with no apostrophe, it's with an apostrophe, and finally, I. Okay, now biggest thing is, a lot of people will be looking at I as perhaps the best one, but the biggest thing is remain one optimism. That does not follow the I form, so that one we can cross off immediately as not being correct. All right, if it said, I sometimes find it difficult to maintain my optimism, that'd be right, but it's not there. All right, so now we have 3 different forms of it. Now, the biggest thing is, if you're reading this out loud, you might say, it is sometimes difficult to maintain one's optimism. And that would be a great sentence, right? So we know it's some form of it, because that time we're using a contraction. Now, for contractions, what we do is we take 2 words. So we could say words like can and not, and then we combine them into the word can. Now, you might be saying, well, that O is missing there. So what we do is we put an apostrophe where that should be. All right. Now, for it, we have it is, which transfers to it. And that is how we write the contraction. So it is sometimes difficult to maintain one's optimism. It's, all right? And that is our answer for number 30. So for number 30, we were looking at contractions. 31. Which of the following is the meaning of the prefix? So let's highlight that prefix, trans. Now, remember, again, we have our prefix, which is what we're focusing on. We have our root word, and we have our suffix. So remember, prefix goes at the beginning. That's what we're focusing on here. Now, unlike the algae question, here we have no word, which means we gotta make our own. So what are words that we know that start with the word trans? Now, I like to think of words like transcontinental, or something like a transit system, like a train or a subway or bus. And I try to see, okay, what makes these 2 things the same? Because they both have that same prefix. Well, transcontinental doesn't mean going again across a continent or again on the train. That doesn't make any sense. So we can cross that one off. Now, it doesn't mean going across the continent or across a city or a state. Well, maybe. So let's put the question mark there for now. We're not sure. There might be a better one. Doesn't mean going between a continent or between the city. Oh, that's another big question mark there for me. Does it mean going above? Well, no, because a transit system, sometimes a train goes below the ground. So there we go. Cross 2 good ones off. Now, which one is better? Now, it does not mean going between 2 continents all the time. Sometimes it could be a transcontinental flight might be going from, let's say, Boston to LA. You're going across the continent, okay? So that means that across is our correct answer. So sometimes when we don't have one, a word example for something like the prefix trans, we have to make our own. So you just have to ask yourself, all right, where have I seen that word part before and how can I write it? Question number 32. Oof, we're going to be like 5 left. This is great. Which of the following sentences is punctuated correctly? All right, so there we are looking at punctuation again, okay? And we have 4 completely different questions. Now, first thing I notice, all of them have the end punctuation. So that means we're looking at in-sentence punctuation again. All right, so here we go. Although Janine needed to stay calm, she could not stop crying. I woke up at 5 o'clock because I had to hit the gym, but I was too tired to go. Nina needs to take better notes in class. She never has enough content to study. My mother told me to meet her at the gym, but she didn't tell me what time. All right, now here we are looking at 2 separate clauses. Okay, and we are looking at these clauses that are connected. And when you connect 2 clauses, you need some type of punctuation. In some cases, it might be a semicolon. But in most cases, in this one, comma to separate them, right? So look at, although Janine needed to stay calm, she could not stop crying. So here we need that comma right there to separate clause 1 and clause 2. And if you notice, there is a little pause there as well when you read it out loud to yourself. So that one we can cross off as not being the correct answer. Now it's the next one. I woke up at 5 o'clock because I had to hit the gym, but was too tired to go. So you notice that pause there, and there we have the comma. So we'll keep that one open for now. Nina needs to take better notes in class. She never has enough time to study. So there again, we pause there and we don't have any punctuation. So that one's also incorrect. And finally, we have, my mother told me to meet her at the gym, but she didn't tell me what time. Again, we need the comma there because we pause in between our 2 clauses, which leaves that one as incorrect and this one as our right answer. All right. So again, looking at the pause between commas, and again, even if you didn't know what a clause was, simply reading these out loud to yourself is super, super helpful. And that was question number 32. Question number 33. Emily drew a circle in the middle of her page. She wrote the topic inside and began drawing lines that protruded out from the circle. On each line, she wrote an idea that related to the topic. Which element of the writing process is Emily performing? So first, let's do a little just jot down a quick little visual of what we have here. So it says Emily drew a circle in the middle of her page. Let's draw a circle here. Okay. She wrote the topic inside, so we'll put T for topic, and began drawing lines that protrude out from the circle. And on each line, she wrote an idea, right, I for idea, that related back to that topic. Okay, this looks like what we like to call an idea or a mind map. That's an idea map, or sometimes we like to call it a mind map. Some people will call it a spider map because it looks like a little spider or a spider web. Okay. Now, we know brainstorming from our last question is where we find our ideas. Drafting is the actual act of writing. Now, revising is not proofreading. All right, some people get those confused. Revising is actually doing what we like to do is change the writing. We're not editing yet. This would be more like the order of our paragraphs or organization, maybe adding another piece. And finally, citing sources. That is, remember when we saw that before? The 35 to 47 to avoid plagiarism. All right, so which one is this doing? Well, yeah, we have an idea map. We are looking at different ideas. That is our brainstorm. That is our brainstorming. And that is our correct answer. So let's erase what we have here with our little beautiful mind map. Again, some mind maps, when you're writing them out, can take up like a full page, sometimes even multiple pages. I had a student once grab my massive easel paper. It's going to be about 3 feet long. It was using that as their idea map. It was really cool. All right, question number 34. The business blank once bragged about success is now failing. Okay, and we have which of the following accurately completes the sentence above. We have who, whom, that, or which. Okay, a lot of English speakers and a lot of English writers really get confused. Okay, so let's break down what each of these is used for. All right, so who is for a person or people performing an action. Now we have to ask the question, is the business a person? No, it's not. It's an organization. So let's cross that one off. Why? When do we use whom? That is also for a person, but that is more in the objective, or in some cases, the formal. Now again, if the first one's for a person, we already decided a business is not a person, so we're going to cross that off. Now that is a pronoun to describe another specific noun. So this one is for a specific noun. And again, a noun, person, place, thing, or idea. A business is a thing. Yeah, it looks pretty good, but again, we're not sure. We have to go for the last one, which is for non-essential clauses. Right? Now, if we just had the business which once bragged about success is now failing, no, we need this second part here, right? The second part is essential. So unfortunately, this one does not work as well. And that way, we are looking at that. The business that once bragged about success is now failing. Now, of course, if you did not know those rules, you can also just read this out loud to yourself. You might have a really good chance at doing it. But again, studying, knowing the grammar rules, again, we have full video lessons on that to really give you a helping hand. It's going to be your best case scenario. All right, we have question number 35. And question number 35 is again, looking at the writing process. Again, writing process, brand new for TEAS. All right. And we have a scenario here with Molly, our friend Molly. Now, let's take a look at what Molly is doing here and decide which step of the writing process she is performing. All right. So Molly is reading her manuscript. So that's the very first thing I'm looking at. She already has a manuscript. Now, a manuscript is another way to say Molly's reading her writing. Could be an essay, could be a play, right? And she's decided to delete a paragraph. She's decided to delete one paragraph. She's decided to move another paragraph, and she's adding examples. So she is doing 3 different things here. Now from this, we want to decide which step of the writing process is Molly completing. All right, now proofreading is actually working on editing. That's making edits, but that's usually looking at grammar, making sure everything is done perfectly. Now, is she changing her grammar? No, she's not changing like her spelling or punctuation. She's more moving things around. So that one does not work for us. Number brainstorming is about ideas. That was our mind map from earlier. Now, Molly already has a manuscript, so we're way past the idea phase, so we can also cross that one off. Now, drafting is the actual act of writing. Now, is Molly doing some writing? Yes. She's adding examples. So let's keep that one for now. Now, finally, revising. That is making changes from one draft to another. Now, it does sound like she's making way more changes than simply just writing, right? Because remember, she's deleting a paragraph, she's moving a paragraph. So that is our correct answer. All right, so sometimes just talking it through, trying to visualize what Molly's doing. Maybe you remember doing that yourself, or you've done it yourself recently. Be like, all right, what step was I on? All right, but this one for Molly is the revising process. All right, we're on question number 36. We have 2 left to go, and this one is asking which of the following words is spelled correctly. And we have a lot of different options for the word rhythm. Now, first, this word is one of the trickiest words in the English language, right? It is really, really tricky, and a lot of people have a hard time spelling this word. Actually, if you Google spelling rhythm, you'll see a million different articles about how to spell it and the history of it. If you want to completely be a nerd about it, you could, right? And it proved that I did. Now, there is a really interesting way to remember. All right, so first, when you're studying, you can just simply memorize it, or you might remember this little tiny mnemonic device, which is radio has your 2 hips moving. And if you highlight the first letter of each, you have our word rhythm. Now, this one's so confusing because it does not lack a traditional vowel, because we have sometimes Y here, but that is how you spell rhythm. Rhythm is also right here, and that means that is our correct answer. So radio has your 2 hips moving. It's really silly, but it does work. All right, so radio has your 2 hips moving. So you remember that one? If not, just there are lists of non-traditional spellings of words and tricky spellings of words, and rhythm is one of them. All right, last question. We made it together. All right, let's dive in. Which sentence is structured, which really means which sentence is correct here. So which one is structured correctly? Running down the street, the tree caught my attention. Having finished the exam, the paper was submitted to the professor. She carefully arranged the flowers in a vase, ensuring each stem was positioned just right. Or, having finished my assignment, the television show was enjoyed. Okay, so let's dive into each of these. So let's start with running down the street. The tree caught my attention. All right, so the biggest question here, and for all of these, we are looking at modifiers we've gone over before. Things that modify, right? Things that change. And again, we're looking at dangling modifiers, right? So it's asking, like, what is it doing? So for the very first one, running down the street, the tree caught my attention. The biggest question here is who is running down the street, right? Who's doing that running? Who's doing the running here, right? Running's our modifier. Who's doing the running? So that is not our correct answer because it leaves that question. Having finished the exam, the paper was submitted to the professor. Again, with this one, having finished the exam, who finished the exam, right? Is it the paper here finished the exam? I'm not sure who finished the exam, so that one's not right. Now this one, she carefully arranged the flowers in a vase, ensuring each stem was positioned just Right. So here we have carefully arranged the flowers. We have carefully arranged. Now we know who carefully arranged the flowers because it's she. But again, so far I feel good about this one, but let's move on to the last because there might be one better. Having finished my assignment, the television show was enjoyed. Again, having finished the assignment, it's another massive question there of who. And so we're also going to cross that one off, which means ding, ding, ding. Very last question. We know who arranged those flowers. It is she who arranged those flowers. That is our correct answer. And that was our very last question that we have together. So let's mark it off. Get our quiz summary. Finish the quiz. And we're there. All right. Thank you all so much.
Question number 1. We have 3 times 7 squared plus 5 and parentheses divided by 6 minus 3. Take a second, try to answer this question. All right, so let's start to go over the explanation. So what we have here is an order of operations problem. And when we have order of operations, we follow parentheses, exponents, then multiplication and division, whichever comes first left to right, and then finally addition and subtraction, again, whichever comes first left to right. So when we have this here, we first start with our exponents inside the parentheses, so that's 7 squared. 7 squared is 7 times 7, so that's 3 times 49 plus 5 divided by 6 minus 3. Next, we have 49 plus 5, which gives us 54. So I have 3 times 54 divided by 6 minus 3. You might have heard me say times for 3 times 54. When we have a number outside of a parentheses, it indicates multiplication. So since that 54 is still in the parentheses, we now can drop them to multiply the 2 together. So we get 162 divided by 6 minus 3. Still have division, so 162 divided by 6 is going to give me 27. 27 minus 3 ends us up with 24. So our correct answer, 24. Question 2. We're going to solve for x. 2 parentheses 3x minus 1 end parentheses minus 2 parentheses x plus 5 end parentheses equals 12. All right, so let's get into the explanation for this problem. Now, the first thing that we have to do when we have a number outside the parentheses is multiply that number by both numbers inside, or whatever's inside the parentheses, making sure that you include the sign in front. So for example, 2 in front is positive, so 2 times 3x gives me 6x. 2 times a negative 1 gives me a minus 2. Now, same thing is going to happen with the other parentheses and this negative 2. So we have negative 2 being multiplied by both numbers inside as well. So negative 2 times x gives me a minus 2x, and negative 2 times 5 gives me minus 10. So that gives me a negative 10 equals 12. Now, the next thing we're going to do is combine our like terms. So anything with an x gets combined. So 6x minus 2x gives us 4x. We have minus 2 minus 10 gives us a negative 12, and that all equals 12. Now it's just a simple algebra problem. We add 12 to both sides. These 12s cancel out, and we're left with 4x is equal to 24. Divide both of these by 4, divide by 4, and we are left with x equals 6. Question 3. 92 pounds is equal to how many kilograms? Round to the nearest hundredth if necessary. So the first thing we do here is we look at the units we're using. We have pounds and we have kilograms. So the first thing that we need is a conversion. And our conversion, and the same one we can use, is that 1 kilogram is equal to 2.2 pounds. When we have this, we can set up a proportion to cross multiply and solve. So we have 1 kilogram is equal to 2.2 pounds is equal to X kilograms, because that's what we're solving for, over 92 pounds, because that's what we have. Keeping units in the same spot. Kilograms both on top, pounds both on the bottom. Now we cross multiply. So I like to start with the X value. So 2.2 times X just gives us 2.2X, which is equal to, we have 1 times 92, which gives us 92. We divide both sides by 2.2 to solve for X. And we get X is equal to 41.818. And you see it'll continue forever. 1/8 repeats on. So problem says round to the nearest hundredth. So we underline our hundredths place, which is the 1. The 8 tells the 1 to round up to become a 2. Everything else turns to 0. So our correct answer is 41 82 hundredths. Question 4. Solve 68 567 thousandths minus 13 minus 2 43 hundredths. All right, so in this problem, try it out, and then we'll go over it. Now, you can solve this problem 2 different ways. You can subtract both at the same time if that helps, or you can subtract one at a time. So we'll just subtract one at a time. So we'll take 68 567 thousandths, and we're going to subtract 13. Making sure that you line them up by their decimal points. We can add some placeholder zeros in and subtract. 7 minus 0 is 7, 6, 5. We bring down our decimal point. 8 minus 3 is 5, and 6 minus 1 is 5. So we subtracted 13, and we have our last part to do is 2 43 hundredths. Again, lining up by that decimal point, we can add a placeholder 0 if that helps. 7 minus 0, 7. 6 minus 3, 3. 5 minus 4 is 1, decimal point. 5 minus 2, 3. 5 minus nothing, 5. So our final answer is 53 137 thousandths. Question number 5. We have 2x plus 5y equals 19. 4x plus 3y equals 17. What are the values of x and y? All right, in this problem, we have something called a system of equations. And what we want to do, because we have 2 variables, we want to get rid of one of them. So if I take 2x plus 5y equals 19, 4x plus 3y equals 17. Now, you're going to look for numbers that can easily go together, and I'll show you what I mean by that. For example, we want to get rid of one of these values. I noticed that 2 in the 2x is a factor of 4 in 4x, so that's where I'm going to focus. I'm going to get rid of the x value first. How do we do that? Well, we make the x values the exact same number so that they would cancel out. I do that by multiplying the entire first equation by 2. That's a proportional relationship. So that actually gets me 4x plus 10y equals 38. Then I have 4x plus 3y equals 17. Now I think I have 2 positive 4x's. I want these x values to cancel out. Would 4x plus 4x give me, would that cancel out, or subtraction? In this case, we are going to subtract everything inside. And that's the most important part to remember. So 4x minus 4x, those cancel. 10y minus 3y is going to give me 7y. And I have 38 minus 17 is going to give me 21. Now I have 7y equals 21. I can just solve for y. Divide by 7, y equals 3. Now, that might help with some of the things that you've chose, but say you had multiple options, you have y equals 3, you just put it back into the problem. You can choose whichever one you want. So let's do 2x plus 5y equals 19. We have 2x plus 5 times 3, since that's the y value, equals 19. 2x plus 15 equals 19. subtract 15 from both sides, and we get 2x equals 4. Divide by 2, we get x equals 2. So we want the answer where x is equal to 2, y is equal to 3, right here. Question number 6. Convert 21.4 degrees Celsius into degrees Fahrenheit. With this conversion, you can memorize just one of them and use it all the time. So the one that I use is degrees Fahrenheit is equal to degrees Celsius times 1.8 plus 32. So we have our degrees Celsius, we just plug that in. So we have degrees Fahrenheit equals 21.4 times 1.8 plus 32. Order of operations is we have to do what's inside first. So we multiply 21.4 times 1.8, we get 38.52. So we get degrees Fahrenheit equals 38.52, and we add 32 to that, which then gives us 70.52 degrees Fahrenheit, right here. Question number 7. A soccer team with 16 players gets a donation of $7,296 from a small local business to share equally. Each of the team members agrees to donate $137 to a local charity, pay $117 towards transportation for the team, and to spend $32 on dinner. How much money will each player have? All right, so let's take this sentence by sentence. But take a second if you need to answer it. All right, with word problems, let's take the sentence that we see. We read the whole thing, now let's start to interpret. Soccer team has 16 players. They get a donation of $7,296 that they're going to equally share. So I know that this amount here, 7,296, that's going to be divided by 16. And when I do that, 7,296 divided by 16, I get that each player has received $456. And that's the amount of money that each player has. That good indicator of shared equally. Each team member agrees to donate, so each one is donating $137, they're paying $117, and spending $32. These are all costs. So what we can do is find the total cost of everything each player is spending. So 137 plus 117 plus 32, add those together. 7, 7's 14, that's 16. 4 plus 5 gives me 8, and $286. So we know that they spent $286 and they have $456. So $456 minus $286 is going to give me 0. That's a 3. 5 becomes 15. 7, $170. So that would be the answer here. All right, question number 8. 7 gallons are equal to blank ounces. All right, we have another conversion problem where we're going from gallons to ounces. This one is all on the same standard side. So we're going from gallons to ounces. So one thing to remember is it's gallons, quarts, pints, cups, and then ounces. So we are going all the way down. So if it helps you to write out a chain, that's good to do as well. Whether you work up or backwards, right, what's going to happen is up to you. Now we're going from a larger unit to a smaller unit. So we are going to use a multiplication chain to help us out here. We're going to be multiplying. So one thing to remember, gallons to quarts, there's 4 quarts in a gallon. So we'd multiply the gallons times 4. Quarts to pints, there is going to be 2 pints in a quart. There's also 2 cups in a pint. And there are 8 ounces in a cup. So you can do this a number of ways. You could multiply all these numbers together and get what the whole number should be multiplied by, or do it individually. So we'd start with 7 times 4 gives me 28. We took care of that. This would be 28 quarts. Times 2 is going to give me 56 pints. Cross that one out. Pints to cups times 2 again is going to give me 112 cups. Times 8 is going to give me 896 ounces. Question number 9. Solve 25 and 66 hundredths times 8 and 342 thousandths. And we're going to round that answer to the nearest hundredth. When we multiply decimals, we do not line up the decimal point in the beginning. We do not pay attention to it. So both of these numbers have the same number of digits. They both have 4, so it does not matter which one goes on top. I prefer to put the number with the larger amount of digits on top, but that's also, again, up to you. So not lining up our decimal points, and we're going to pretend and multiply like normal. So we'll work through this multiplication. 2 times 6 is 12. Drop the 2, carry the 1. 2 times 6 is 12, plus 1 is 13. 2 times 5 is 10, plus 1 is 11. 2 times 2 is 4, plus 1 is 5. So first round, there we go. And I'm just going to erase, there we go. Erase some of what we just put up there. So now we're going to do our second level. The 2 has been done. I'm going to put one placeholder 0 in and then continue. 4 times 6, 24. Drop the 4, carry the 2. 4 times 6 again, 24. Plus 2 is 26. Drop the 6, carry the 2. 4 times 5 is 20. Plus 2 is 22. Drop the 2, carry the 2. 4 times 2 is 8. Plus 2 is 10. So I'm going to put that whole down there. I'm going to get rid of these so we can get to our next number. The 4 is done. We're now going to put 2 placeholder zeros in when we do our 3. 3 times 6 is 18. So I'm going to drop the 8, carry the 1. 3 times 6 is 18, plus 1 is 19. Drop the 9, carry the 1. 3 times 5 is 15, plus 1 is 16. Drop the 6, carry the 1. And then we have 3 times 2 is 6, plus 1 is 7. And, cutting it real close to those words. All right. Again, we are going to erase, and let's get to our last number, which is the 8, which will now, you guessed it, is going to have 3 placeholder zeros. We now have 8 times 6 is 48. Drop the 8, carry the 4. 8 times 6, 48, plus 4 is 52. Drop the 2, carry the 5. 8 times 5 is 40, plus 5 is 45. Carry the 4. 8 times 2 is 16, plus 4 is 20. All right, so we have all these digits here. What we're going to do is add them together. So I'm just going to line this up real quick to make sure all my numbers are lined up. Wonderful. 2 plus all those zeros, 2. 3 plus 4, 7. 1 plus 6 plus 8 is going to give me 15. Drop the 5, carry the 1. 1 plus 5 is 6. Well, actually, let's do it this way. 8 plus 2 is 10. 9 plus 1 is 10. That's 20. Plus 5 is 25. Drop the 5, carry the 2. 2 plus 6 is 8. Plus 2 is 10. 0, add the 1. 1 plus 1 is 2. Plus 7 is 9. Plus 5 is 14. Carry the 1. 1, 2. Perfect. Now, this is not your final answer. What we have to do is think how many numbers were after the decimal point in your problem. So if we look at our problem, we had the 6 and the 6 were behind the decimal. 3, 4, and 2 were behind the decimal. So 2 numbers behind the decimal plus 3 numbers behind the decimal means we should have 5 numbers behind the decimal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Decimal point goes right here. Our question says nearest hundredth. So if we look at 214 decimal point, we know that this first 5 is in the hundredths place. So we write that down and the number behind it to help us round. 5, we look behind, is another 5, which tells this 5 to turn into a 6. So we have 214 and 6/600ths, and that would be your answer. Question 10. The scale on a blueprint for a house is 1.2 inches for every 6 yards. If one side of the house is 15 inches long on the blueprint, what is the actual length of the side of the house? Now, even though this is scaling, a lot of proportions come up. What we can see here is that we have a full ratio. We have 1.2 inches for every 6 yards. We have that. Now, we also know that one side of the house is 15 inches long. So I'm going to keep 15 inches up here, and I'm going to put that over X yards because we do not know how many yards are there. When I have this, I can now cross multiply and solve. So I like to start with the variable to keep it on the left. Just the traditional way of keeping it, 1.2x is equal to, and now we do 6 times 15, which gives us 90. So now we're going to divide both sides by 1.2, and we are left with x is equal to 75. So we know that this is 75 yards. Be careful because this one says inches, so our correct answer is 75 yards. Question 11. Max has 2.5 times the number of marbles that Jacob has. Jacob has 34 marbles. Stephen has 0.2 times the number of marbles that Max has. How many marbles does Stephen have? All right, try it out, see what happens. When we are given a problem like this that has a lot of names, it's in your best interest to just write out the names. So we have Max, Stephen, and we have Jacob, and then we fill in. So it says Max is 2.5 times the number of marbles that Jacob has. So we know that Max's is 2.5 times J, or whatever Jacob has. Jacob actually has 34 marbles, and it says Stephen has 0.2 times the number of marbles that Max has. So that's a 0.2 times M. So when you look at these, we already have Jacob's number. Jacob's number can be used to help us figure out which one. Well, Jacob's number can be used to figure out Max's number. So Max's number is 2.5, then times 34. When we do 2.5 times 34, we get 85. Now we know that Max has 85 marbles. Jacob has 34, but the question is asking about Stephen. And Stephen is 0.2 times Max's number. So we take 0.2 times 85, and that's going to give us 17. So we know Stephen has 17 marbles. Question number 12. For 3 shifts, the worker collects 14 devices. He collected a batch of devices in 18 shifts. How many devices were there in this batch? All right, again, we are given a full ratio in the beginning. We know it's 3 shifts for 14 devices. So I'm going to put that. That's 3 shifts for 14 devices is equal to, he collected a batch of devices in 18 shifts. So we're going to look for 18 shifts and X devices. Now, again, you can do 2 things here, so I may show you something different. You can look for what we call a multiplier. So for example, 3 was multiplied by what to give us 18? I know 3 times 6 is 18. And to make sure that everything stays proportional and equal, whatever we do to the top, we have to do to the bottom. So we also have 14 times 6. So if I do that, 14 times 6, that gives us 84 devices. Could you have cross multiplied and solved? Absolutely. If that's the method you love, go for it. Question 13. 13 centimeters is equal to how many inches? round your answer to the nearest hundredth. Again, we're working with conversions. So we first have to highlight what conversion we're using. We're going from centimeters to inches. We know that 1 inch is equal to 2.54 centimeters. So again, we can just set up a proportion for us to use. We know that 1 inch is equal to 2.54 centimeters. And what we're looking for is 13 centimeters. So we don't know the inches, so that's x inches over 13 centimeters. Now we can cross multiply and solve. So 2.54 times x is just going to give us 2.54x is equal to, and we just have 13 times 1, which is 13. Divide both sides by 2.54. And we are left with x is equal to 5.118. Why did I go only 3 places? Well, I could have continued, but it told us we were rounding off the number anyway to the hundredths, and we just need one more place value, so to the thousandths. So I have the 1, I look back, I see an 8, which tells the 1 to go up by 1, so this turns into a 2, a 0, which can we lay off, and our final answer is then 5 and 12 hundredths. Question 14. Solve 1 3/10 plus 2 5/8. Fractions are everybody's favorite, I already know. So what we're going to do is, this is addition. So for your first step, what you're able to do, you can take your whole numbers and add them together. So 1 plus 2 is equal to 3, and we're going to hold that on for later. What this does, it allows us to use smaller fractions instead of turning everything into improper. That just makes numbers larger. So for addition, this helps. So now I just have 3/10 plus 5/8. Now remember, when we have fractions, they have to have the same denominator in order for us to add them. So I need to find the least common multiple of 10 and 8. So that means if I count by 10 and 8, where do they meet? So you might be able to guess it, but 10, 20, 30, 40, 8, 16, 24, 32, 40. You do this until you find the lowest number they share in common, which is 40. Should you choose a higher number, say you chose 80, that's fine, just means you'll have to simplify at the end. So we have 3/10, and we're going to make 3/10 and 5/8 now have a denominator of 40. So if I know that 3 times 4, or 10 times 4 is 40, I'm also going to do 3 times 4, which is 12. I know that 8 times 5 is 40. Well, that color doesn't show up so great, so we're not going to use that too much. So 5 times 5 is just going to give us 25. So I have 12 40ths and 25 40ths. Now I can add them together. So if I have 12 40ths plus 25 40ths, that's going to equal 37 40ths. Proper fraction, since the numerator is smaller. And if we looked at the factors, the only common factor that 37 and 40 have in common is the number 1. So this means that it is in simplest form. The answer is not 37 40ths. Do not forget to add your whole number from the front. So 3 plus 37 40ths is just going to give us 3 and 37 40ths. Right here. Question 15. If $17 is equivalent to 266 Egyptian pounds, how many pounds would you get with $121? Y'all have been working so hard through this. I know there's been a lot of conversions in the front and a lot of things that we've been dealing with, but y'all are doing a great job. So let's continue through it with this one. So again, you might have noticed we have a full conversion right here. So we have $17 is equivalent to 266 Egyptian pounds. I'm actually going to write that out. So $17 is equivalent to 266, and I'm just going to abbreviate it to EP. Honestly, if it's your own work, write whatever you want to, as long as you know what it is and you remember how to use it. Now, it says how many pounds did you get with $121? So I know that 121 is dollars, so that's going to go up here, and I'm looking for X Egyptian pounds. I can do the same thing I've done with this before. I can cross multiply. 17 times X, 17X, 266 times 121, not as easy to do mentally. So 266 times 121 is going to give us 32,186. We're going to then divide both sides by 17. And we get X is equal to 1,893.29. Now, you'll see that I don't see that answer here, but I do see this one, which is closest. That 0.3, we can assume that it was rounded from the 9 to the 3 to go up by 1. So in case you don't see the exact answer, you saw that all of these were rounded off to the nearest tenth. That might be a hint that you're also going to round your answer to the nearest tenth. Question 16. 93 meters is equal to how many kilometers? All right, let's go through it. One of the things to remember is your prefixes for your metric system. These are both metric. So if we went from largest to smallest, it would be... So I actually like to do it the opposite way since numbers are getting larger. We have King Henry died unexpectedly drinking chocolate milk. This just puts them in size order from smallest to largest so that you can easily see where you are going. So if it helps you, kilometers is the largest, millimeters is the smallest. So we are going from our units, which is a meter, a liter, or a gram. We're dealing with meters to kilometers. So we are going from a smaller unit to a larger, which always is an indication of division. Now, every step that you move, you would divide by 10, divide by 10, divide by 10, which is the same as moving the decimal point one spot to the left. So this is a total of 3 spots to the left. So we're going to take 93. Our decimal point is at the end, and we're going to move it once, twice, 3 times. Our decimal point is here. We're going to put in a placeholder 0, and it is a great habit for you to get into right now to also put a 0 in front. Again, still means that there's 0 holes, but decimal points are easily lost. So if you see it, keep the 1 in front. That means our answer is 93 thousandths kilometers. Question 17. 3 5/8 times 2 2/5. All right, so we have our 2 numbers here, and when we multiply mixed numbers, there is no other thing to do than then turn them into improper fractions. No other way to do it. If you did it any other way, it's not worth all the extra hassle you're going to put yourselves through. So 3 5/8, we take 8 times 3 is 24. Add 5 gives us 29/8. 2 2/5. 5 times 2 is 10, plus 2 is 12, and we get 12/5. Now, what I really have is 29/8 times 12/5. For multiplication and division, we do not need common denominators, so that does not need to happen. So we just multiply across. 29 times 12 is going to give me 348. 8 times 5 gives me 40. Now, what this really means is, because I have to turn it back to a mixed number, is really 348 divided by 40. Now, if we do this, 348 divided by 40, we're going to get 8. So 8 times 40 is 320. and we have a leftover amount of 28/40. So what this problem says is 8 wholes, and we have 28/40. Again, I don't see that here, which is telling me that these numbers have something in common. So 28 and 40, we can simplify them. So 28 and 40 both share a common factor of 4. So I'm going to divide 28 by 4 and 40 by 4. 28 divided by 4 gives me 7. 40 divided by 4 is 10. And I bring my whole number over. So my final answer is 8 and 7/10. Some of you may guessed it since 8 was the only whole number that's there. That is also great strategies to use since this is a test that is timed. So if you saw that and went with it, no shame in that. If there was 2 8s, then you'd have to finish it and make sure that you fully simplified. Question 18. On a recent road trip, Orlando drove an unknown number of miles during his first week. He then drove 15 more miles in his second week and 25 fewer miles in his third week when compared to the first week. Write an expression that represents the total number of miles that Orlando drove in the 3-week road trip. There's a lot of information here, so the best thing that you can do is start to organize it. So if we look at the first week versus the second versus the third. On a recent road trip, Orlando drove an unknown number of miles during his first week. So I'm going to assign the first week X. We don't know anything about it. He then drove 15 more miles in his second week. So he drove 15 more miles in his second week. So that means that's the first week plus 15. And 25 fewer miles in his third week when compared to the first week. So if he drove 25 fewer miles, that's X minus 25. So here, we want the total number. So what we're going to do is add all weeks together. X plus 15 plus X minus 25. Now we just combine like terms. X gives us 3X plus 15 minus 25 leaves us with minus 10. So our final answer is 3X minus 10. Notice this said expression. We were not solving for X. An expression does not have an equal sign. So it just says write an expression for what is happening in this problem. The city's population has grown by 1/6 in 2020. And in 2021, it has grown by another 2/5 from 2020. If in 2019, the population was 155,880 people, what has it become in 2021? All right, so we know that we're dealing with, take a second. I just get too excited. Try it out, then we'll come and work it together. All right, so now we'll go through it. If we look at 2019, so we know we're looking at 3 years, 2019, 2020, and 2021. In 2019, we know the population was 155,880 people. We know that in 2021, it grew by 1/6. So it's whatever this amount was plus 1/6 of 2019. And in 2021, it grew another 2/5 from what it was in 2020. So we have a few steps here. So let's just take one at a time. So the city's population grew by 1/6. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to take, and this is for 2020, we're going to take 155,880 and we're going to multiply it by 1/6. That's going to let us know the population that has grown from 2019 to 2020. So that gives us 155,880 over 6, which is equal to 25,980. That means that's how many more people there are from 2019 to 2020. So I'm going to erase this up here. So let's look. We have 155,880 plus 25,980, and that's going to give us 181,860 people. Now we can figure out 2021. So 2021 is 2020's number, 181,860, and it's grown by another 2/5. So we're actually going to multiply this by 2/5. This is going to let us know the exact same thing in 2020, how many more people there were between 2020 and 2021. So when we do this, we end up with 363,720 divided by 5, which is equal to 72,744. So we're going to do the exact same thing. 181,860 plus 72,744. What does that give us? $254,604, which is this choice right here. Congratulations, y'all. You are officially halfway through. So keep it up. Keep working through. You got it. Let's keep going. So question number 20. School shirts cost $6.50 each, and pants cost $12 each. Thomas has $64 for his school uniform. Write an inequality to find combinations for how many shirts and pants Thomas can buy. All right. So some of these questions, and you have to use your inferencing skills. So try this out. Let's go back to it. All right. Let's interpret what we have here. I know that we're going to have an inequality. So that's going to be less than, greater than, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to, or a sign that is not equal to. Anything that is not an equal sign is an inequality. We also know that shirts cost $6.50 each, and pants cost $12 each, and he only has $64 for his school uniform. So if he only has $64, he could spend $64, but it has to be less than $64, right? It can't be more. He doesn't have it. So I know that this actually stands for less than or equal to 64. Then I look at what I know about cost. So if school shirts are $6.50 each, what is the relationship between how many school shirts you buy and the total cost? It's multiplication. So $6.50 times my shirt, or how many shirts I buy, is really just 650s. So I'm going to bring this down here, 650s, and we know it has to be less than or equal to $64. If you want to include the dollars, great. And we know that pants cost $12 each, the exact same relationship. So this should be 12 times the number of pants that are there. So I have 12 P's involved. Now I have to figure out what is the relationship between shirts and pants to get the total cost. Well, the amount you spend on shirts and the amount you spend on pants would get added at the cash register. So you know that relationship is addition. So now I look and see which one matches. I can get rid of these two because they don't have the correct sign. And less than or equal to, great. Last one right here. Question 21. If two even numbers are added to an odd number and the result is multiplied by an odd number, which of the following could be the result? All right, let's go through this. So just a quick reminder, odd numbers are going to end in 1, 3, 5, 7, or 9. And an even number is going to end in 0, 2, 4, 6, or 8. Now with a question like this, I highly suggest you try out numbers to see what happens. So instead of just writing odd times odd or even plus even, actually use numbers. So we have two even numbers are added to an odd number. So that's what's happening first. So we have even plus odd. Now I'm not going to leave it like that. Let's just try even numbers. Let's make it simple. 4, 2, 3. I add that together, 4 plus 2, or 4 plus 2 is 6, plus 3 equals 9. 9 is an odd number. So this whole situation is going to give me an odd number. So this is going to be an odd number. Now the following result is multiplied by an odd number. So we have an odd number, which was our result, times in another odd number. So if we tried this out, you can try this out as many times as you want to. Let's make it easy. 3 times 3. 3 is odd, times odd, another 3. 3 times 3 gives me 9. 9 is also odd. So our result should be an odd number. So 8, that's even, 297, 175. So these are your only two choices. The rest are even numbers. Question 22. 4x minus 12 is greater than or equal to 6x plus 2, and we need to solve for x. All right, let's jump right in. I'm going to draw that line down to remember that that's where we are moving numbers across. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to add 12 to both sides. We want all the whole numbers on one side, all the variables on another. So these cancel. We're left with 4x is greater than or equal to 6x plus 14. So now we're going to subtract 6x from both sides. When we do that, we're left with negative 2x. Our x's cancel, is greater than or equal to 14. Now we're going to divide by negative 2. When we divide by a negative number in an inequality, our sign flips. So because we're dividing by negative 2, our sign is first going to flip. And I'm going to write that down first because it's the easiest thing to forget. So we have x is less than or equal to 14 divided by negative 2 is negative 7. So x is less than or equal to negative 7. If you don't believe it about the sign flipping, choose a number that's less than negative 7, put it back into the problem and see if it works. So for this, I would try something like negative 10. So 4 times negative 10 minus 12 is greater than or equal to 6 times negative 10 plus 2. So that's negative 40 minus 12 is greater than or equal to negative 60 plus 2. Negative 40 minus 12, negative 52 is greater than or equal to negative 58. Negative 52 is greater than negative 58. It works. So that's how you can check to make sure your answer is correct. Write 0.932 as a fraction. All right, now first step is to actually read this the way that you were supposed to. So this is really called 0 and 932 thousandths. So if this is 932 thousandths, you really already said the fraction. So 932 divided by 1,000. So one thing you can do here, you were just trying to simplify this. So they're both even. Keep it easy for yourself. Divide both of these by 2. How did I know that I had to simplify? I did not see 932 over 1,000 in any of those answer choices. And because they're both even, we know that we're going to have to divide here. You will not have two even numbers in any simplest form fraction. So 932 divided by 2, that gives us 466 over 500. Now they're still both even, so I'm going to divide both by 2 again. That gives me 233 over, not 500, let's 250. So now I do see 233 over 250. The greatest common factor the two of those numbers have in common is the number 1, which is why it's in simplest form. Question 24. We have negative 4 minus 5, parentheses x minus 3, plus 5. Now, try this out, and then we'll go through it. All right, so the first thing to do is figure out what you're supposed to actually do with this problem. There's no direction, but I look at the answer choices and I see that it's kept x's and it's kept whole numbers. So I'm going to go with the idea that I am simplifying this expression. So if we rewrite it, -5 or -4 minus 5, parentheses x minus 3 plus 5. Now, when we have a number like -5 outside of parentheses, that means that it's getting multiplied by each number inside. Most importantly, though, is to group the sign that's in front of it with that number. So we're not multiplying both x and 3 or minus 3 inside by 5, but by -5. So -5 times x is going to give me -5x. And -5, not just times 3, again, the sign in front. So -3 is going to give me a positive 15. So now I put my other numbers back. So -4 minus 5x plus 15 plus 5. Now I combine like terms. There's only one x value. So -5x comes straight down. That's used. Now I have -4 plus 15 plus 5. Order here for all addition doesn't matter. So if I do 15 plus 5, that's 20, minus 4 gives me plus 16. So which one looks like that? Down here. Notice how if you did -4 plus 15, that's just 11. Plus 5 gives you 16. So the order itself, when it's only addition and subtraction like this, you're going to get the same thing. Question 25. What is 15/8 as a decimal? All right, so in this question, we are taking a fraction and moving it into a decimal. What helps is to understand what a fraction is really saying. So 15/8 is really the same as saying 15 divided by 8. And when I divide 15 divided by 8, that gives me 1.875. So our correct answer is going to be 1.875 right here. All right, so let's look at question 26. The table below shows the scores of 5 students at an exam. We have 76, 85, 93, 56, 61. Which of the following statements correctly describes the above information? Please select all that apply. There is no mode. The range is less than half of the median for this collection. The mean is equal to the median for this collection. The median is greater than the range for this collection, or the mean is greater than the median for this collection. Lot of information here. So most importantly, though, is that we realize we need all 4 of our mean, median, mode, and our range. Now, the best thing to do is to always line up your numbers from least to greatest to start. It's just going to make your life that much easier since you do have to use that a few times. So we're going to look at 61 first. Nope. That's 56, 61, 76, 85, and 93. So let's knock out easy ones first. So range is the largest number minus your smaller number, your smallest number. So 93 minus 56 gives us 37. So our range is 37. Our mode is what number shows up the most. Every number only shows up once, so there is no mode. The median is what number's in the middle after the numbers have been lined up from least to greatest. So we find that 76 is in the middle, so that's going to be our median. Then we have to find the mean. So the mean is the average. So the first thing that you're going to do is you're actually going to add all of your numbers together. So we already have these here. Let's add them. 56 plus 61 plus 76 plus 85 plus 93. 371. And there are 5 numbers, so we divide 371 divided by 5. 74.2. Now, some of you may have asked, like, why did we have to do this first? We didn't look at any of the answer choices. Well, all those answer choices relied on the information that we had to find before we could answer the question. So now, if we look down, so which of the following statements correctly describes the information? Please select all that apply. There is no mode. When we look up, yeah, there is no mode. So I'm going to mark this one up. That's correct. The range is less than half of the median for this collection. So range 37 is less than half of the median. All right, so half of the median is actually going to be 38. So the range is less than half. Cool, got it. Notice how much easier this is, since we're not trying to figure out things at multiple times. The mean is equal to the median for this collection. Mean is 74.2, median 76. Nope. The median is greater than the range. Let's look back up. Median 76, range 37. So yes, that one is correct. And the mean is greater than the median for this collection. Let's look again. Mean, median, the median is greater, the mean is not greater, so these are our three answer choices that work. All right, y'all, we are getting so close to the end, so let's keep it going. Oscar ordered food delivery for his family. The total of the order was $122.19. If he was charged a $7 service fee and gave a 15% tip on the bill after the service fee, what was the final total of his order? All right, so let's dive into it. Ordered food delivery, the total of the order was $122.19. I know that that is just for the food because the rest of the question talks about things that got added on to that amount. He was charged a 7% service fee and then gave a tip. So we know the service fee is 7% of $122.19. And we know the tip is 15% of the dinner plus the service fee. So what can we figure out first? Well, we should figure out the service fee. When we have a percent, the best thing to do is turn both of our percentages into decimals. So 7%, if we just divided that by 100, gives us 0.07. 15% as a decimal divided by 100 equals 0.15. So what are we going to figure out right now? So we're going to do cost after the service fee. So if we take our amount, $122.19, we multiply that by 0.07. Again, multiplying because 0.07 is less than one whole. We're not even using it one whole time. So that means that anything that we multiply by a number less than one whole is going to give us a smaller number. The opposite is true for division. So $122.19 times 0.07 is going to equal 8.5533. Remember, this is money, so we're going to go to the second decimal place. So that's $8.55. So now I'm going to add this on to the amount. If I add that on to $122.19, I get $130.74. Now I can do total cost with the tip. Now I'm going to show you a different way to do this one as well. So we have our $130.74. Now, what I want you to think about is the tip is off of the total cost. So this is with the service fee. So you're going to pay 100% of your total cost and service fee plus 15% for the tip. That means you're really paying 115% of everything. So I can actually use this to my advantage. 115% as a decimal equals 1.15. So now I can do something between $130.74 and 1.15. Is our answer going to be larger or smaller than $130? Larger. Is my number right here, 1.15, going to be larger or smaller? Is it larger or smaller than 1? It's larger. So multiplying by a number greater than 1 gives us a larger number. So I'm going to take $130.75 times 1.15, and that's going to give me $150.35. Notice how we didn't have to add anything on here? That's because we took care of that by using our total cost and the additional amount. So, correct answer, right here. Y'all, we are cruising, so let's keep it up. Question 28. What is the area of a circle with a radius of 9 inches? Use 3.14 for pi. This is a really great indicator that area of a circle involves pi, so use the hints that you can get them. So when I see area of a circle, I'm immediately going to write out my formula. Area equals pi r squared, or if you'd like to see it, it's pi times r times r. Totally fine whichever way you want to see it. So that means we need the radius, and we're using 3.14 for pi. So we have 3.14, and now we check to see if we have the radius. Problem gave us the radius, which is 9. So 3.14 times 9 times 9. If you have all the same operation, you can do the order however you want to. So 9 times 9 gives me 81. So 3.14 times 81. And what do we get? 254.34. Our units are inches, and area always has a squared. So it's 254 and 34 inches squared. There we go. An emergency room patient's heart rate dropped 30% to 63 beats per minute. What was the patient's heart rate prior to the drop in beats per minute? All right, different ways to handle this problem. Try it out, and then we'll go over it. So there are a few ways to solve this problem. I'm going to show you an easy fail-safe way to do this using proportions. So if we think about a proportion with percentages, as we have percent and we also have an actual number amount. Okay, so if we look, the patient's heart rate dropped 30% to 63 beats per minute. What was the patient's heart rate prior? So we're looking for what 100% was before it dropped. So we're missing the original amount, which was equal to 100%. The heart rate dropped 30%. So if it was at 100%, it dropped by 30%. That means the heart rate is 70% of where it was before. So 70% is actually equal to 63 beats per minute. Notice percents are all on one side, actual amounts are on the other. Now I can cross multiply and solve. So x times 70, that's going to give me 70x is equal to 63 times 100 is just going to be 6,300. Divide by 70, divide by 70, that gives us 90. Could you have used division for this? Yes, you could have actually set up 63 divided by 0.7 would have also given you 90. All right, y'all, we are officially in the 30s. This is question 30. What is the area of the following shape? All right. When you have an irregular shape like this, there's no formula to find the area of an irregular shape other than to break the irregular shape down into smaller pieces of shapes that you do know to find the area for. So in this case, squares, rectangles, whichever works. Now, you may have done this differently than I may be separating these into smaller shapes. What's most important is that your answer is the same. No matter how you break it down, the answer should stay the same. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, for some reason, I like to cut things vertically. But what we have to check for is we now have 3 different rectangles. So we have A, B, and C. Now, each one of these needs a length and a width in order for us to solve it. And if we don't have it, that means we have to be able to find it. So area of a rectangle is just going to be length times width. So we need both. I know shape A has a length of 6 and a width of 2 because that's what's given. So I know rectangle A is going to be solved with 6 times 2. If I look at B, I know that B has, let's say this is the width, or one of the side lengths is 3, but I'm missing this side length here. I don't know what it is. So I'm going to call that X for a second. I know the relationship is multiplication, but I really need to figure out what that is. What I'm going to use is actually right here. If we look, I'm going to look at the full vertical line is 5 centimeters. So from here to here is 5. I also see this little piece right here is 3 centimeters. So I know from here to here is 3. So if the whole thing is 5, right? I'm just going to make that a little bit easier for you to see. So if the whole thing is 5, how much is that little piece? 5 minus 3 is 2. So this X value right here must be 2 centimeters. So that means that this rectangle here is going to be 3 times 2 centimeters. Let me get then to box C. C has a full length of 5. Do not fall into the trap of using this 3. The 3 is only partially the length of C. The total length is 5. The width is 2. So this is going to be 5 times 2. Now I just find the area of all 3 of them. So area of A, 6 times 2, that's going to be 12 centimeters squared. B, 3 times 2 is just going to be 6 centimeters squared. And C is 5 times 2, so that's 10 centimeters squared. Add all 3 of them together. 12 plus 6 is 18, plus 10 is 28. So your final answer, 28 centimeters squared. And boom, you've just tackled an irregular shape. Question 31. An event coordinator has a budget of $680. If she spent $75 on balloons and $65 on invitations, what percent of her budget does she have left? All right, we are looking for percent. And when we deal with percent, that's going to be part over your whole. So your whole is what is equal to 100%. So in this case, I know that the whole is going to be $680. Now, what we have to find the percent of is how much she has left, and we know she spent $75 and $65. So I'm going to find the total cost that she spent on those 2 items. So 75 plus 65, that is going to give me $140. So that's $140 spent. We're looking for how much she has left. So $680 minus 140 tells me that she has $540 left. So we are trying to figure out 540 is what percent of 680. Step 1. we're really going to take that and do 540 divided by 680. Take a look at your answers. All of them only have one number after the decimal. I'll tell you what to do with that in a second. So 540 divided by 680 is going to give us 0.79411, and we can keep going. The second step to turn a decimal into percent is to multiply it by 100. That's the same as moving your decimal point once, twice. That's going to give us 79.1411%. Again, notice how all of these answers only have one number after the decimal. Underline the 4. 1 tells the 4 to stay the same. So our final answer is 79.4%. And that's our top answer right here. Question 32. Jessica is wrapping a gift in a rectangular box with gift wrapping paper for a birthday party. The box is 11 inches long, 8 inches wide, and 5 inches tall. How much gift wrapping paper will she need to wrap the box? All right, so let's go over this problem. When we see something that we want to find, we want to surround an entire shape in something. So like think paint, think wallpaper, think wrapping paper. We're actually looking for surface area. Now, when we do surface area, you can draw out the net, which just means what this looks like as if it was, imagine if you cut the box apart into each of its sides. Or I'll show you this little trick. When it's a rectangular prism, you're going to end up with three different things. You're going to have two large boxes, two what I'll call medium, and then two small. Now, what do I mean? Two largest means you're going to use the two largest measurements that we have. So we have 11 times 8. And if you imagine a cereal box, each side has a pair that's exactly like it. So the front and the back, top and the bottom, or the two sides. So we're going to multiply those together. So 11 times 8 times 2 gives me 176 inches squared. Now, the two medium, what this means is I'm going to take my largest value, which is 11, and my smallest, which is 5, and I'm going to multiply that by 2. 11 times 5 is 55, times 2 is 110 inches squared. Next, I have my two smallest, which is 8 times 5. Those are my smallest values. Times 2, 8 times 5 is 40, times 2 is going to be 80. If I put these two together, or not two, all three together, 176 plus 110 plus 80, that's going to give me a total of 366 inches squared. Question 33. Order the following fractions from least to greatest. We have negative 5/6, 1/6, 1/2, and negative 1/9. All right, so in a problem when you're given this, well, the best thing to do is turn them all into decimals. So I'm going to take my two negatives first. I have two negative values. I'm going to separate them. Negative 5/6. Let me rewrite this for you. Start to jump over what I want to do. So negative 5/6. Just turn them into decimals. So do negative 5. Negative 5 divided by 6 is equal to, we get negative 0.833, and that repeats. Now I look at negative 1/9 is the same as negative 1 divided by 9, and that's going to give me negative 0.11111. So that helps there. Now I'm going to continue this with the rest. So I have 1/6 is the same as 1 divided by 6, and 1 divided by 6 is 0.1666. Continues, and then we have 1/2 is equal to 1 divided by 2, which is equal to 0.5. So if we look at our negative numbers first, they both share a 0. The first difference comes in the tenths place. 8. A negative 8 is going to be less than a negative 1. So negative 8 and 33 hundredths is going to be last. So, or the least. So I'm going to put that here. Then, and I'm not going to take this as my final answer because we have to do something. Then I know that that's going to be followed by negative 0.111. And then I look here. First difference, again, comes in the tenths place. A 1 is less than a 5. So 0.1666 comes next. And then finally, 0.5 is the greatest. Now, one thing to do is to go look back at the values that you got them from. So negative 0.833 was really negative 5/6. So negative 5/6, then it's going to be followed by negative 1/9, then 1/6, and then finally 1/2. So you want the least number at the top. So if we were going to do this here, we'd want to take negative 5/6, negative 1/9, then 1/6, then 1/2. Question 34. Carrie buys a can of paint from the local hardware store. The radius of the paint can is 4 inches and it is 11 inches tall. If the paint can is only 1/2 full, what is the volume of paint inside it? And luckily this time we see that we are given a formula. So volume equals pi times r squared times height. So in this case, we're going to use 3.14 for pi. Good, we see that down here. So we're just going to plug in. So I know that V is equal to 3.14 times r squared, which is radius times radius. So my radius is 4. Multiply by 4 again, and my height is 11. So I'm just going to multiply all those numbers together. So 3.14 times 4 times 4 times 11. And that's going to give me 552.64 inches cubed. But remember, problem said only half full. So we're going to divide this number then by 2, which gives us 276.32 inches cubed. All right, some of these questions get tricky because they want you to pay attention to the directions that are in there. So even though we had the formula, there was something else to do as part of this problem. Y'all, we are so close. We are down to our final 4 questions, and we're going to order these from least to greatest. So same idea. What we're going to do is we're just going to turn everything into a decimal. So 2.4, already a decimal. Negative 2 5/6, we are just going to do, so if we take, and we can actually do it right next to it. Why not? We can just take negative 5 divided by 6 and add 2 to it. So 5 divided by 6 was 0.833. We put a negative, so we just put a negative 2 on it, negative 2.833. There we are. 2.4 is already a decimal, so we don't have to worry about that one, which is great. 12/15, we just put in 12 divided by 15. And that is equal to 0.8. 17 divided by 8, we put in 17 divided by 8. And that's going to give us 2.125. And we have negative 217%. So remember, 217%, we divide that by 100, and that's going to give us negative 2.17. Now, luckily for us, our negative numbers are next to each other. And what we notice is that the first difference comes in the tenths place. And again, a negative 8 is going to be farther away from 0 than a negative 1, which means that negative 2.833 is the least number. So where did that come from? Negative 2 5/6. So why don't I write negative 2 5/6, then followed by negative 217%. Now I do my positive numbers. I can see that 17/8 and 2.4 both have a whole number in front, but 12/15 doesn't. So that means I know 12/15 must be next. Then, if I look at my positive numbers, there's a 1 in the tenths place and a 4 in the tenths place. A 4 is larger than a 1 on the positive side, so that must mean 17/8 comes next, followed by our greatest, which is 2.4. And then now we just make sure that we match it. So negative 2 5/6, negative 217%, 12/15, 17/8, 2/4. There you go. Question 36. 855 meters is equal to how many kilometers? All right, again, we are doing a conversion among metric units. So if it helps, again, King Henry died unexpectedly drinking chocolate milk. I order them this way because it goes from least to greatest, just like a number line, so you know how to follow along, and it's not different based on the acronym that you're using. So if we look, we're going from meters, which is our units, to kilometers. So we're going from a smaller unit to a larger unit, which means we're going to divide. And we're going to divide by 10 for each step that we have to make. We have a total of 3 steps, which means the decimal point should make the number smaller. So we're going to move it to the left. So 855, a whole number has a decimal point after the ones place, and we're going to move it once, twice, 3 times. So we get decimal point 855, and it is a great habit to put that 0 in front. So we get 0.855 kilometers. What is the largest number that still rounds to 154? One thing to note about this is to make sure that you understand the ideas of rounding. So a number could have been rounded either up to 154, or it could have been rounded down or stayed the same for 154. So you have to think, what type of numbers would have to round up? In this case, I would look at my tenths place, or in this case, we have our hundredths. What it says is, this was rounded to the nearest whole, which means that if the number was rounded up, it had to start at 153, followed by 5 or more rounds up. So it has to be anywhere from 153.5, because all of these numbers have 2 digits after the decimal. I'll put a 0. So that's the smallest number that still rounds up. The largest number would be 154 that stayed the same. Because it was rounded to the whole, or the ones place, we're going to look at the tenths place. A 5 rounds up, which means a 4 or less rounds down. So the largest number that is going to be rounded is, if it's 50, this is going to end up being 49. Because the 4, if it was rounded to the tenths place, it would stay a 4. Whole number, that 4 is going to be what tells us how to round the ones place. The next number behind it isn't going to make much of a difference, so we choose the largest. So if we look here, which of these is the largest? I know it's not going to be 153 or 153. 154.5, that is actually larger than what we have here, so it will be this one, 154 and 23 hundredths. Even though I marked off 153, I wanted to check to make sure I had an answer. If we didn't, then we would go back to look at those 2 options. Luckily, we have 154 and 23 hundredths. Question 38. Congratulations, you have made it to the end. You should be really proud. That's a lot of questions to go through. Let's get this last one down. So question 38. Ivy spends $5.85 for 3 pounds of fruit and $9 for 2.7 pounds of vegetables. Approximate the average cost per pound Ivy spent on the fruits and vegetables. All right, so here is what we are going to approximate. One of the things that we're going to go with is we have $5.85 for 3 pounds. So $5.85 is going to round to $6. And $9 is already a perfectly even number, so we have $9 here. We're going to add that together. That's going to be $15 total. Again, remember that our whole idea with estimation is to make numbers easy to use. If they're single digits, like $9 is, that's a really easy number to use. That's why we made $5.85 into $6 and not something like $5.90. We want these numbers to be the easiest possible to use. So same idea, 3 pounds, we're not going to change that number at all. 3 is a single digit number. It is super easy to use. 2.7 on the other hand, not. So we're going to round 2.7 to the nearest whole number. 7 tells the 2 to round up, so we also have 3, which tells us a total of 6 pounds. Now, this wants the average cost per pound. So think about it as if it's $15 for 6 pounds, and we want 1 pound, that's like dividing both of these numbers by 6. 6 divided by 6 is 1, and 15 divided by 6 is going to give us $2.50. So the best approximation we have is $2.50 per pound right here. Y'all, we have made it. Go celebrate. Go enjoy yourselves. And I really look forward to working with you later.
Hey guys, it's Morgan.
Go enjoy.
Here to walk through the free practice test on the science section of the TEAS exam with you. We're going to go through one question at a time in the correct order. We'll review all of the correct answers. We won't go into all the answer explanations for the wrong answers. That's on the website, and you can look at that really closely and take some notes there if you need to. But what we're going to do together today is just run through the correct answers. So let's get rolling. Question 1 asks, which of the following correctly describes the law of segregation? So as far as test-taking strategies, there are a couple things that I'm going to run through with some of these questions. I think it will be valuable for you to sort of take note of them and try and incorporate them into your own practice as you go through with, test-taking strategies for your exam. So what this question is asking us is to correctly describe, and we're looking specifically for the law of segregation, okay? So from my studying, I know this is one of the things that you're just going to have to commit to memory. This is not something necessarily that test-taking strategies are going to help with, but there are a couple things we can look for, right? So it's asking us to describe a law of segregation, right? Segregating means separating. And one of the answer choices here doesn't really discuss separating anything. That is the second answer choice here, which says that it states that all genetic factors are present in the DNA, right? So this answer choice here, we can probably go ahead and eliminate even without knowing anything about the law of segregation itself. So even if you haven't studied at all, you haven't done any review, you can go ahead and eliminate that second answer choice. Because you will have studied and you will have used Nurse Hub's amazing resources, you will know that the law of segregation states that each pair of alleles segregate randomly during gametogenesis, or gamete formation. This means that each gamete or sex cell receives one copy of a gene called an allele, and they later reunite or combine randomly during fertilization. This way, the offspring acquires one allele from each parent, okay? And so that gives us answer choice 1. The remaining answer choices are actually different laws. One is the law of independent assortment, one is the law of dominance. And so that's just something that you'll learn as you move through. So the answer here should be the first one. Okay, there we go. All right, moving on to question 2. This one is Punnett square. The genotypes of the parents in the Punnett square below can be described as, right? So you're looking at the parents. We know that the parents are always listed on the outside of the Punnett square, so that's the first thing you need to know. Everything that's inside of the Punnett square are actually the potential offspring. So these are our parents. We know that the genotypes of the parents in the Punnett square below can be described as, so we're looking for genotype information, which immediately signals in my mind that we're looking for words like heterozygous or homozygous, right? So This parent right here, the red parent, we know is homozygous because both are the same and they're both capitalized. Each letter is capitalized. So we know that that is a signifier that they are dominant. So we have homozygous dominant. I can go ahead and eliminate any answer choices that do not have a homozygous dominant parent. So that means I can eliminate this one. Heterozygous recessive, heterozygous dominant. Also can eliminate that one. Homozygous dominant, so we know I have to keep that one. And here we have heterozygous dominant and homozygous dominant. So again, I have to keep both of these. Now, regarding a blue parent, I know that these two are different, right? This is a capital letter, this is a lowercase letter. So I know this is hetero. And I know that because there is a capital letter, that capital letter means dominant. The dominant is going to supersede the lowercase recessive. So what we know is we have a hetero dominant parent in the blue. So I'm looking for homozygous dominant, which I already saw, and homozygous and heterozygous dominant. Okay, so I see here heterozygous dominant. And just to double check, I do have the homozygous dominant in the second answer choice, but the next one is homozygous recessive. Homozygous recessive would look like this, and this is not what this parent is up here. So again, we're gonna go with our correct answer, which is answer choice A in this situation. Now let's see if I can select the answer choice. Just delete this. There we go. See if I can submit. All right. That's our correct answer. Let's go ahead and move on to question number 3. Question number 3 asks, which of these is a function of a ribosome? 1, ribosomes can transfer mRNA from the nucleus to the cytoplasm. Ribosomes carry the codons required for protein synthesis. Ribosomes move along the length of the amino acid chain and introduce peptide bonds in between them. Or is it the last one? Ribosomes can decode mRNA and assemble amino acids for protein synthesis. Again, this is one of these questions. There will be several that I point out to you throughout this practice exam where you're just going to have to know. This is a fairly basic question that's just asking you about function. This is something you can easily put on flashcards for all the different organelles that are inside of cells. So what you would learn when you review all of the lessons here on Nurse Hub about the cell and our tour of the cell lessons is that the ribosomes, they decode the mRNA that travel to the ribosome from the nucleus of the cell, and they assemble amino acids for protein synthesis. That gives us answer choice D. So we know we can go ahead and select. Let's move on to question number 4. Question number 4 asks us, the number of protons is the same as blank, right? So here we have another one that will just need to be committed to memory. What you will learn when you review our chemistry lessons is that protons are the same as the atomic number. They give the atom its identity. They tell us whether this atom is carbon or hydrogen, nitrogen or phosphorus. And so the answer here is pretty straightforward. It's going to be answer choice 2. The number of protons is the same as the atomic number, which tells us also the identity of the atom. All right, let's move on to question number 5. Which of the following statement is true about protons? Some atoms have no protons. The number of protons in the nucleus is the defining property of an element. They have more mass than a neutron, or they have a negative charge. The answer is that the number of protons in the nucleus is the defining property of an element. The key to remember here is you're looking for what is true about protons. Some questions will ask you to identify things that are not true, identify all of the true things, identify all of the wrong things. So you'll want to pay attention to the language in the actual question so that you know that you're answering kind of the call of the question each time. We can go ahead and progress to question number 6. All right, folks, let's have a look at question number 6. So it says a lipid or fat molecule can be broken down into fatty acids and blank. The correct answer here, this is just something you're going to need to have made flashcards for and really committed all the different macromolecules to memory and understand kind of their component parts. So the correct answer here is glycerol. Glycerol and fatty acids are the monomers of lipid or fat molecules. So we go over that, kind of what are the building blocks for all of the different macromolecules. Moving on. Number 8 is asking us, which of these bonds would we see between nitrogenous bases? There are a few questions like this on the test that I think kind of straddle the line between chemistry and bio. I think if you have a good understanding about the different types of bonds that exist, you can make a very educated guess on this question. If you study the bio course really carefully, you will know the answer for sure. So nitrogenous bases, we're talking about adenine, guanine, cytosine, uracil. We're talking about the nitrogenous bases that exist within strands of DNA and RNA. What you'll learn in the biology course is that those bases are held together by hydrogen bonds because those bonds are easy to break. They're a weak, attractive bond, and so in the presence of any kind of like slightly negative or slightly positive charge, they will break apart really easily. And that's necessary during the processes of replication and transcription. So the correct answer here is hydrogen bonds. And we can move on to our next question. All right, question number 9 asks, which of the following is the most accurate description of the link between chromosomes and DNA? Starting from the bottom, it says genes contain chromosomes that are made up of DNA. The DNA sequence is made up of chromosomes, which include numerous genes. Chromosomes include numerous genes, each of which is made up of a DNA sequence. Chromosomes are the building blocks of DNA. So this question is kind of a foundational question about kind of the hierarchy of the kind of different components or things that make up our genetic material. So what you will learn in our biology course is that chromosomes carry genetic information in the form of DNA. So the chromosome is the largest component. DNA is wound up to form the chromosome. Each gene is formed of different sequences of DNA and carries information and characteristics of the organisms. So the correct answer here is chromosomes include numerous genes, each gene is made up of a DNA sequence. This is the correct answer, and we can move on to question number 10. Question number 10 asks, which of the following statements about diffusion is true? So here's another one of those examples I was telling you about. It's asking you which of the following statements is true. So, and then it also asks you, here's another clue. Please select all that apply. So there's more than one correct answer here. You're going to be selecting several. So let's start at the top. Diffusion is a passive process. Diffusion is the net movement of molecules or atoms from a region of higher concentration to a region of lower concentration. Diffusion is an active process. So we can see active and passive are antonyms for one another. So one of these will be correct and one of them will be wrong. Diffusion is the net movement of molecules or atoms from a region of lower concentration to a region of higher concentration. So again, we see that this answer choice contrasts with the second answer choice. This one, the second answer choice asks or says that atoms are moving from an area of high concentration to one of low concentration. The fourth answer choice says it's moving from low to high. So again, these two are opposites. One of them will likely be true and the other one will not. Gas exchange in tissues is an example of diffusion. And the last option is osmosis is an example of diffusion. Okay. So what you will learn in our course is a number of things about diffusion. All of them are aligned to the TEAS exam. And so the first is that, yes, start at the bottom. Osmosis is indeed an example of diffusion. Gas exchange in tissues is an example of diffusion. This is also correct. Diffusion, okay, is the net movement of molecules or atoms from a region of high concentration to a region of low concentration. So this answer choice is not correct. Instead, this one is the correct answer. Diffusion is a passive process. It happens without any need to act on it, any force exerted on it. It happens naturally. So again, diffusion is an active process. We can eliminate that one as a correct answer. All right, question 11 here is on hormones. So this question asks us, which of the following is not increased in response to dehydration? So the key word here, and you'll notice this on several questions, it is the word not. So you're looking at something that is not increased, or you could just say what is decreased in response to dehydration. During dehydration, the amount of antidiuretic hormone renin and aldosterone are increased in order to prevent further water loss in the urine. So all of these are not correct because they're true, right? So that's aldosterone and renin and antidiuretic hormone. Erythropoietin is produced in the kidney in response to low levels of oxygen or hypoxia in order to stimulate production of red blood cells. So this hormone is not connected to a response to dehydration. Therefore, it is incorrect, which means it is our correct answer. I know that's a little confusing, but it is our correct answer here. All right, let's move on to question number 12. In which segment of the nephron is glucose resorbed? This is something that you're just going to have to commit to memory. This is one of the anatomy and physiology questions. The collecting duct, distal convoluted tubule, and the loop of Henle all play a role in resorbing excess water in the kidneys, which concentrates our urine. So these answers are all incorrect. So those are our answers. It's the distal convoluted tube, the collecting duct, and the loop of Henle. All are incorrect. Our correct answer is instead the proximal convoluted tube. And we can delete our edits here to the page. Question number 13 asks, what is the correct sequence in which inhaled air passes through the respiratory tract? So on our website, we have this really cool feature where you can drag and drop these various different parts and move them around. So you'll want to use your mouse, your cursor, to move these different parts to the order in which they should go. So you start from top to bottom. This is an anatomy question where you're just going to need to memorize the order of a process. This question is asking us to correctly order the structures based on the sequence of how air is inhaled and moves through the respiratory tract into the lungs. The best way to study this is to make flashcards that you can practice placing in the correct order and practice labeling a diagram just like you will do now. So when inhaling, air is taken through the mouth and nose, right? So that's our nasal cavity. Then through the larynx and pharynx. These passageways warm the air and prepare it for gas exchange. The air continues on through the trachea, commonly referred to as the windpipe. The trachea then splits into a left and right bronchi, with each side dividing further into smaller bronchioles. While some bronchioles may directly be involved in gas exchange, the majority of them are part of conducting airway which simply moves air through the respiratory system to get them to the alveoli, where most of the gas exchange occurs. So the correct order here will be first nasal cavity, then pharynx, larynx, trachea, bronchi, and bronchioles. Okay, so this is the correct order. And we can press next, move on to the next question. Question number 14 is a scientific process question. It's asking us which of the following is a hypothesis. So you will go over this in our scientific reasoning course, where we kind of go over the larger, broader concepts within science and scientific experimentation. What you will learn is that a hypothesis is often an if-then statement, or the words if-then can be placed in the statement and it will make sense. So the first option is 5 different breeds of dog are at the park. The next is if a student gets more sleep, they will get a higher test score. Next, when I added fertilizer to my plants, they grew more quickly. And finally, 1 liter of water was added to a reaction. The answer here fits into that if-then statement and in fact already has an if. So you'll notice here that there is an if a student gets more sleep, and you could kind of mentally insert the then. Then they will get a higher test score. The third answer choice, when I added fertilizer to my plants, they grew more quickly. That is an observation. I think that's the closest next best answer, but it doesn't fit the if-then statement. This, if we added it here, it would say, if when I added fertilizer to my plants, they grew more quickly. It's not making a statement that when I add fertilizer to my plants, the fertilizer causes them to grow more quickly. Instead, answer choice 2, or B here, says, if a student gets more sleep, then they will get a higher test score. It's creating a cause and effect relationship between the first clause and that second clause. This is our correct answer. Let's move on to question number 15. Question 15 asks, which of the following descriptions is correct? This runs through just the states of matter. This is something, again, that will just have to be committed to memory. We do go over it in our chemistry course in great detail. So we're looking for what is correct. You're looking for what's true here. There's going to be one correct answer. There's no indication that there are going to be multiple correct answers. So the first option is gas, no definite volume, no definite shape. Well, that one sounds pretty good. I'm going to leave that available. That sounds like the correct answer. Liquid, no definite volume, and a constant shape. Even common sense tells you that this isn't true. Liquid takes the shape of the container in which it is placed. It doesn't have a fixed or constant shape. So this answer is incorrect. The next is solid, no constant volume, no constant shape. We know both of these statements are wrong. A solid, think of any object in your home, the computer that you're viewing this lesson on, or the phone that you're holding in your hand. Those are solid. They have both a constant volume and a constant shape. This answer is also incorrect. The last option is gas, constant volume and a definite shape. Just thinking about gases in general, you know that they diffuse when, for example, you are cooking on the stove and you might burn something, right? And the fumes from that disperse over time, right? They don't stay in a particular place and hold a specified shape. They also do not maintain their volume, right? Again, they disperse, they kind of intermingle with the rest of the air, and eventually that scent goes away. This answer is also incorrect, leaving us with only one correct option, and that is the correct answer for our purposes for this test. Let's go ahead and select it. We move on. Question 16. Using the provided image, choose the anatomical structure designated by letter B. All right, so what you're going to need to do for a question like this is go ahead and identify what part the question is asking you to look for. So that's letter B. We know we have located letter B, it's right here. The question is asking us, choose the anatomical structure designated by the letter B. Is it the right ventricle, the left atrium, the right atrium, or the left ventricle? This is something where you're just going to have to sort of print out a bunch of these for yourself label the heart parts over and over and over again, commit them to memory. Letter choice B is designated, that is the left atrium. The right ventricle is actually labeled C, the right atrium is labeled A, and the left ventricle is labeled D. That's something, again, you're just going to have to commit that to memory and kind of move forward with studying for kind of the parts of the heart in that way. All right, question 17 asks us to balance a chemical equation. Let's go ahead and have a look at this one together. We go through the entire process of how to balance equations, what you need to do in order to do that successfully. The first thing you'll want to do is add up the number of each type of atom. So we see here we have carbons, we have hydrogens, we have chlorine. Okay, so let's go ahead and add up the carbons on the left side, or the reactant side of the equation. So we see there's 1 right here. This is our 1 carbon. 1. Move on to our hydrogens. There are 4 hydrogens. That's what that little subscript is telling us. So we'll put a 4 here. And the last one that we have is chlorine. And we see there are 2 chlorines. That's what that little number means. Then on the product side, we also have carbon. We also have hydrogen. And of course, we have chlorine as well. Let's add them up. On the product side, we have 1 carbon here. We have 1 hydrogen over here. And we have 4 chlorines here plus 1 chlorine over here. That's 5 chlorines total. All right, so we now have to figure out how to balance what's on the reactant side, which is over here, with what's on the product side. Our carbons are already balanced, so you might be tempted to sort of leave that as is. The next is our hydrogens. We can see that our hydrogens on the reactant side have 4, on the product side have 1. We can easily add a coefficient of 4 here before the hydrogen. Now, with that, we have 4 hydrogens on the right side, and there are still 4 here on the left. We feel good about that, and we can move on to our chlorines. Our chlorines now, with the addition of this green coefficient here in front of the hydrogen, it doesn't only apply to the hydrogen. It also applies to all the different atoms in this particular compound. So this 4 that we wrote right here will also apply to the chlorine. That creates 4 of these chlorines on this side. So now we have these 4 chlorines plus these 4. This number is no longer 5, but it is now 8. The question is, how do we get this chlorine on the reactant side up to 8? Well, we can easily add a coefficient here of 4. It only impacts the chlorines. And so now let's do one final count to make sure we're in good standing. We have 1 carbon on the reactant side. Let's sort of do our final count. On the reactant side, we have 1 carbon. On the product side, we have 1 carbon. On the reactant side, we have 4 hydrogens still, right? Even looking here, there's no coefficient. We have 4. On the product side, we now have 4 with the addition of our new coefficient. And finally, our chlorines, we have 8 chlorines now with the addition of our coefficient here. And on this side, we also have 8 on the product side. So we know these are the correct coefficients. So our correct answer will have the coefficients of 4 and 4, 1 before the Cl2 and 1 before the HCl on the product side. Let's see if any of our answer choices read as such. This first answer choice has no coefficient here. That checks out. It has a 4 here. That's where we want a 4. No coefficient here and a 4 here. This one looks correct, but of course we want to review all of our answer choices. No coefficient, that's correct, but it's missing a coefficient here as well. This one actually has no additional coefficients. This equation has not even been touched. This is incorrect. Our next answer option has a 2 in front of the first reactant, as well as another 2, a 2, and a 2. What I would ask you to do, I'm not going to run through it here, but I sometimes will check this and sort of balance it on my own very quickly to see if it's even balanced. The answer here is not balanced and is incorrect. Finally, we do the same thing here. Once again, not balanced, also incorrect. Our only correct answer is the first one here. We're going to select that. What you'll see is that sometimes these chemistry questions, the ones that require balancing, will take a little bit more time to work through. You need to factor that in when you are studying. This is why you study. This is why there are things you have to commit to memory, because there are some problems, there are some questions on your exam where you will have to work through it and spend the time, right? So if that took you 2 minutes to do, the remaining questions or other questions need to, on average, take you closer to 30 seconds. And that's just sort of like an important frame of reference to keep in mind as you're moving through your TEAS exam, as well as studying for it. All right, so question number 18 is a fill in the blank. It says the blank is the blood vessel that carries oxygen-depleted blood away from the heart. That's my kind of keyword here is going to be away. I'm going to type my correct answer in the box here. This is something that you're, again, going to have to commit to memory. The pulmonary artery is the correct answer. Make sure you spelled it correctly, or if you want to get credit for it when you move through your answer choice. Even if you don't spell it correct, you know that you got it right. But again, for the exam purposes, you are going to want to spell everything correctly to get credit. All right, let's move on to the next answer. Question number 19 asks us, which of the following statements is true about viruses? Answer choice 1 is viruses will either have DNA and RNA as their genetic material, but not both. Next, viruses will have a mix of both DNA and RNA components. The next answer is all viruses only have RNA as their genetic material. And finally, all viruses only have DNA as their genetic material. What you will learn is that viruses can have either DNA or RNA as their genetic material, but they will not have both. Moving on to question 20. Which of the following structures is paired correctly with its function? Okay, so this is kind of a pairing where they've already paired it for us. The options are the colon and the formation of chyme, the stomach and absorption of nutrients, small intestine and the formation of feces, and mouth and mechanical digestion. The correct answer here is mouth and mechanical digestion. Question number 21. This question is sort of on levels of organization. It says the respiratory system is composed of organs that facilitate gas exchange between the blood and the external environment. Which of the following describes the group of organs that function during gas exchange? So you're looking for the term here that describes multiple organs working together. Tissue is incorrect. That is the material used to make up organs. Organelles, we know, are the pieces or the parts of individual cells. An organ is not multiple organs working together. Of course, an organ system, that even just common sense-wise sounds right. You wouldn't even have to really study for this answer, for this question. Let's go ahead and move on to the next one. 22. This question asks, which of the following is the process by which gametes divide and produce half the number of chromosomes found in a somatic cell? We will learn in our biology courses that meiosis is the process by which gametes divide and produce half the number of chromosomes found in a body cell or a somatic cell. During meiosis, the cells divide twice instead of once. This results in the daughter cells, or the gametes, having half the number of chromosomes that you would find in a normal body cell that only undergoes one division during mitosis. The second division is necessary for gametes, since when an egg is fertilized, you need chromosomes from both the egg and the sperm cell to combine to form a zygote. Moving on to question 23. Which of the following correctly describes the difference between compact bone and spongy bone? Compact bone is composed of repeating units of osteons and is the strongest form of bone tissue. On the contrary, spongy bone is lighter than compact bone tissue. So I think this might be the right answer, but I'm going to double check, right? So this is something where, okay, I've studied the types of bone tissue and I kind of have some knowledge coming into the exam, all right? So the first answer choice is spongy bone is lighter than compact bone, right? That is something that you kind of already know in your mind, but you're going to keep this, you can kind of mark, okay, that one looks good. Let's look at the rest. Spongy bone has more osteons than compact bone. Well, my background knowledge already told me that compact bone actually has more osteons, right? So we can delete this one. Compact bone is trabeculate, has trabeculate that supports bone marrow. This doesn't really explain the difference between compact bone and spongy bone. And finally, compact bone is located more interior than spongy bone. Also incorrect, because spongy bone is not located on the exterior of compact bone, it's inside of it. Our correct answer is what we thought in the very beginning. It's answer choice A. Let's go ahead and select that. Oops. And we can also delete our annotations here. Which of the following correctly describes anatomical position? So this question is pretty straightforward. Anatomical position is just one of those things that you're going to need to know and be able to visualize in your head. You also need to be familiar with positional terms. So let's review them and see if that gives us a big clue as to which answer is correct. The best way I would describe anatomical position in my own words would be someone standing facing toward me with palms facing forward. That does help me to eliminate the answer choice saying that the palms are facing posteriorly, because we know the palms would be facing forward, right? Forward means anterior, so we can go ahead and probably eliminate these. As I kind of went through in my background, it would be someone standing, right? So someone upright. So this one looks like the most correct answer rather than prone. But we can go ahead and keep checking. Prone means lying face down. So that answer is also incorrect, right? So it's just kind of a process of going through and looking at the terms that you know and eliminating answer choices based on the knowledge that you do have. This answer has us upright, arms at sides, palms facing anteriorly. This sounds correct to me. I'm going to go ahead and select it, and this is the correct answer. I'm going to delete these annotations, select the correct answer here. Move on. Question 25 asks, which of the following is a substance that the kidneys remove from the blood during filtration? Do the kidneys remove blood cells, salts, carbon dioxide, or oxygen? This is one of the questions that you're going to, again, kind of have to commit to memory. You'll make flashcards, you can do matching, you can even label the parts of the kidney and explain the different functions. In any case, what you will come to is that the correct answer is salts. That's what kidneys remove. All right, we've made it halfway through the test. Let's take a break here and we'll come back and answer the remaining 25 questions. All right, folks, let's jump back in here with question 26. This question is an anatomy and physiology question. It's asking us about, this is just a term. Again, with a lot of these multiple choice questions, you're going to have to commit a lot of this to memory and be ready to answer them very quickly in the exam setting. So this question asks, which of the following does not describe the dermis? 1, the layer of skin that contains the network of capillaries necessary for thermoregulation, the layer of skin where cells containing the pigment melanin are found, a vascular layer of the skin, or the thickest layer of the skin. This question As far as test taking strategies go, this question is asking you what does not describe the dermis. So it's looking for something that is not true. That will be the correct answer. The dermis is the thickest layer of the skin. I can go ahead and eliminate that one because that is a true statement. The next one is that the dermis is highly vascular, meaning it has a lot of blood vessels, as it has to supply oxygen and nutrients to the epidermis, which is avascular or lacking in blood vessels. So I can eliminate this one because this is also a true statement. And the next answer choice is the layer of skin where cells containing the pigment melanin are found. The layer of the skin cells where melanin is found is called the epidermis. So this statement is not true. This is our correct answer, but let me just go to the last one to double check. The dermis does contain the network of capillaries necessary for thermoregulation. So we know we can actually eliminate this one. The correct answer is answer choice 2, and we can go ahead and select it. Let's delete our annotations here, select the correct answer. All right, let's have a look at question 27. So this question says T lymphocytes mature and become functional in which of the following organs? The thymus, spleen, bone marrow, or lymph nodes? And the best way to study for this type of question is flashcards, and again also labeling diagrams and explaining what the functions are of each part. The correct answer here is the thymus. We can move on to question 28. This question asks us, which of the following is not true about thermoregulation? So again, you already know I'm going to highlight that this is a question that's asking us to find a statement that is not true. So let's think about what we know about thermoregulation. First option is cutaneous vasoconstriction warms the body by restricting blood flow in the skin. Option 2 is cutaneous vasodilation cools the body by allowing heat to be released through skin. Option 3, sweating facilitates cutaneous vasodilation. And option 4, contraction of erector pili muscles facilitates vasodilation. Let's go ahead and start from the bottom. So this first one, I know that the contraction of erector pili muscle actually facilitates cutaneous vasoconstriction, not vasodilation. So I immediately think this might be my correct answer. But since it's not a true statement, I just want to make sure. We're going to continue. Sweating does facilitate cutaneous vasodilation. So this one I can eliminate because it is true. All right, the next one is cutaneous vasodilation cools the body by allowing heat to be released through the skin. This is a true statement. I can go ahead and eliminate this because, again, we're looking for what's not true. And finally, cutaneous vasoconstriction warms the body by restricting blood flow to the skin. That is true. I can eliminate it because it is a true statement. So our correct answer is that first one we looked at. We can go ahead and select it. Let me delete my annotations and select the correct answer here. And we can click next. All right, let's go ahead and look at question 29. This one is asking us which of the following is correct about muscle contraction, and we need to select all that applies. So we know there are likely more than one correct answer. Let's read the question. It says, which of the following is true about muscle contraction? What I'm going to do is go ahead and brainstorm everything that I know about what happens during muscle contraction. Since this is a select all that apply question, I know I'll likely need to select more than one correct answer, so we're going to read through all of them carefully. The first says actin and myosin filaments slide past each other. The next one is sarcomere shortens during contraction. Actin filaments shorten during contraction. Next, neurotransmitters stimulate muscle contraction. Next, myosin filaments shorten during contraction. And finally, muscle contraction requires ATP. All right, So I know that muscle contraction occurs when neurotransmitters are released in the neuromuscular junction and stimulate the beginning of contraction. So I know there's one correct answer right here. I can go ahead and tick this one because I know the role that neurotransmitters play. The process of contraction then involves the shortening of sarcomeres by the sliding of actin and myosin filaments past each other as the muscle contracts. This process also requires energy, so ATP is needed. There's 3 more correct answers. So it requires ATP. We know that the actin and myosin filaments slide past one another. And we also know that the sarcomeres have to shorten. All right, now let's review what's left. The 2 remaining answer choices talk about actin and myosin filaments shortening during contraction. This is untrue. These filaments do not shorten during this process. They move along one another to shorten the muscles. They themselves do not shorten. I feel confident in my answer and can go ahead and hit next. Now we're already off to question 30. All right, so question 30 asks, which of the following, again, we're looking for a not true statement about reproductive hormones. Okay, so let's go ahead and read this very carefully. We're looking for the thing that's not true. So the correct answer will actually be something that is wrong or untrue. I see that there are 2 hormones that are the focus of this question, right? So looking at the answer choices, it says LH, or the luteinizing hormone, stimulates ovulation and production of testosterone. The next says luteinizing hormone is produced by the posterior pituitary gland. The next says follicle stimulating hormone, or FSH, is produced by the anterior pituitary gland. And the next says FSH stimulates maturation of sperm and ovum. All right. I can already tell that this question is focusing on these 2 hormones, right? So I need to think, what is my knowledge about these 2 hormones? First, both of these hormones are produced by the anterior pituitary gland. Since we're looking for the answer that's not true, I can eliminate this answer here that says FSH is produced by the anterior pituitary gland. I know that this is true. I also see that the answer incorrectly states that LH is produced by the posterior pituitary gland. All right, so I know that that is not true, meaning that this could be my correct answer, but let's just make sure. Let's focus on function. So FSH is involved in the maturation of sperm and the ovum, the egg. So I can go ahead and eliminate this answer because that, again, is true. And now let's look. LH's function is to stimulate ovulation and the production of testosterone. This answer choice correctly states this, and so this will not be the correct answer to my question. So our correct answer is option 2 here. I'm going to delete my annotations. Select option 2. All right, so let's look at question 31. This one is asking us to find the answer that is true. Which of the following comparisons between arteries and veins is true? Let's go ahead and read through our answer choices. 1, veins carry freshly oxygenated blood from tissue back to the heart, while arteries carry oxygen-depleted blood away from the heart. 2, veins have valves, arteries do not. 3, veins have thick muscular walls, while arteries have thin, more compliant walls. Or 4, veins have smaller diameters than arteries. Okay, let's go ahead and start from the bottom. Option 4 says veins have a smaller diameter than arteries. Due to the higher pressure in which arterial blood must flow, arteries have thicker walls and smaller diameters as compared to veins. So we know this answer choice is incorrect, as well as option choice 3. Option choice 2 says veins have valves and arteries do not. This is a correct statement. Due to the lower pressure in the venous system and the fact that most blood is trying to return back to the heart against the force of gravity, veins have valves, that prevent the blood from moving backwards while arteries do not. But let's go ahead and check our last answer choice here that says veins carry freshly oxygenated blood from tissue back to the heart, while arteries carry oxygen-depleted blood away from the heart. In fact, veins carry blood that is leaving the tissue after it has unloaded oxygen. Therefore, they carry the oxygen-depleted blood, along with metabolic waste, back towards the heart. The venous blood carries oxygen-deficient blood back to the heart. Arteries carry oxygen-rich blood from the heart to the tissues, where the oxygen can be delivered and used for cellular respiration. So this answer is also incorrect. All right, that leaves us with our one correct answer, which is answer choice 2 here. We can go ahead and delete our annotations, select that, and go next. Okay, question 32 says, melanin is the hormone that regulates sleep and wake rhythm. Which of the following endocrine glands is responsible for producing the melatonin? All right, so I'm looking for which one of these glands produces. So I'm looking for the function. The options are pineal, hypothalamus, pituitary, or adrenal. Adrenal glands produce the hormones cortisol and aldosterone. We're looking for melatonin. This one is wrong. Both the hypothalamus and the pituitary glands coordinate the function of the other endocrine glands by producing stimulatory and inhibitory hormones. So I can eliminate both of these. And finally, the pineal gland is what produces the melatonin hormone that regulates sleep and wake rhythm. Pineal is our correct answer, and we can go ahead and select that and move on to our next question. All right, so let's go ahead and look at question 33. It says, which of the following substances would not dissolve in water? Even not knowing much about chemistry, I know that NaCl is salt, and it absolutely does dissolve in water. So I can go ahead and eliminate that. And I know that my answer choice is one of the remaining 3 options here. The next thing that I would do to try and solve this question is to commit some chemical formulas to memory, and also possibly the ability to kind of work on your ability to map out or draw out the molecular structures. What you would see is that both option 1 here and option 3 here, option 4, have slight charges like water, and because of that, they will dissolve in water. Okay, so we can eliminate these 2, leaving us with our correct answer choice, which is C3H6. It's a nonpolar molecule, meaning that there's no charge on the atoms within it. And for this reason, there is no attraction to the atoms in the water molecules. And these substances, C3H6, will not dissolve in water. This is our correct answer. Again, we're looking for what will not dissolve in water. Let's go ahead and move on to question 34. Question 34 is a fill in the blank. It says, gas exchange between the blood and alveoli would be enhanced by blank, but impeded by blank. Okay, it's kind of a question about tidal volume. Gas exchange, so what I like to do is sometimes use the provided options and plug them into each blank. Gas exchange between the blood and alveoli would be enhanced by decreased respiratory rate, but impeded by increased tidal volume. Gas exchange between the blood and alveoli would be enhanced by increased tidal volume, but impeded by decreased membrane thickness. Gas exchange between the blood and alveoli would be enhanced by decreased membrane thickness, but impeded by increased alveolar surface area. Or last, gas exchange between the blood and alveoli would be enhanced by increased alveolar surface area, but impeded by increased membrane thickness. Okay, so the amount of gas exchange between blood and in the alveoli is dependent on the surface area and the difference in concentration of gas on either side and the thickness of the tissue. So the first part of the answer should be something that would result in an increase, while the second part of the answer should be something that would result in a decrease, right? So we have the words enhanced and we have impeded, right? Enhanced means kind of improved or increased. Impeded means decreased or suppressed in some way. All right, so let's look at our answer choices. All right, so the fourth answer choice says increased alveolar surface area and increased membrane thickness. So we can plug those in. Gas exchange between blood and alveoli would be enhanced by greater surface area and impeded by a greater or a thicker membrane. That makes a lot of common sense to me. And so I'm going to leave this as a possible answer. Gas exchange between the blood and alveoli would be enhanced by decreased membrane thickness. Okay, that sounds right. It sounds like if the membrane is thinner, then gas exchange could happen more easily. And impeded by increased surface area. No, that doesn't add up, because the more surface area, the more space there is for the gas to kind of transfer from one space to another. All right, the next one is gas exchange between the blood and alveoli would be enhanced by increased tidal volume, but impeded by decreased membrane thickness. I don't think so. I think it would be aided by decreased membrane thickness. So again, I can eliminate this one. And the last one says decreased respiratory rate would enhance gas exchange, but would be impeded by increased tidal volume. All right, so again, this one also doesn't really make a lot of even kind of common sense. So we can eliminate this one as well. That leaves us with our last answer as the only answer choice available to us. Luckily, it is also correct. We can select that and move on to our next question. Question 35 asks us, which of the following is true of insulin and glucagon? Please select all that apply. All right, so this is another one where I'm already thinking, okay, this question is about insulin and glucagon, and I'm going to probably be selecting more than one correct answer here. So let's start by thinking about everything we know about insulin and glucagon. First, I know that they're both hormones that regulate the levels of glucose in our blood. So I'm going to scan for that option as an answer, and if it's here, I can go ahead and pick it. Okay, do I see that here? Let's kind of hunt through. Regulate the level of glucose in the blood. Now, we have two options here at the beginning that say insulin and glucagon have opposite effects on blood calcium levels but work together to maintain homeostasis. The other one says insulin and glucagon have opposite effects on blood glucose but work together to maintain homeostasis. I know that they have opposite effects on blood glucose levels, not on calcium levels, so I can go ahead and select this second answer as the correct one. Insulin decreases the level of the blood's glucose during a fed state, and glucagon increases levels of glucose during a fasting state. So this answer, the first one is incorrect, but the second one is correct. Also, I know that insulin and glucagon are both secreted by the pancreas, not the pituitary gland. So I can eliminate the second to last answer and go ahead and select the last one. And I can click next. Question 36 says the majority of nutrient absorption occurs in the blank. I know that nutrient absorption happens in the digestive system. I also know that the folds in the lining along the small intestine, along with its length, allows ample time for nutrients to travel through the small intestine to allow maximum absorption. So the answer that I'm going to write in here is small intestine. And move on. Question 37 is a matching. It's asking to match the following structures to their function. So you get to use kind of a fun functionality that we have here on the website, where you can move these around and pop them where you think they go. All right. So the external sex organ of a male, we know that that is the penis. We know the copulatory organ of a female is the vagina. Implantation site of the zygote, we know that is a uterus. And the vas deferens is the sperm channel from the epididymis to the penis. All right, so you kind of start with what you know and then kind of gradually whittle away, and you can move on from this question pretty quickly. Question 38. Which of the following causes bone matrix resorption during bone growth and remodeling? So this is a function question. It's asking us which one of these things is in charge of or results in bone matrix resorption during growth and remodeling. Osteocytes are responsible for maintenance of calcified bone matrix, so we can eliminate this one. Osteons are the structural unit of compact bone, characterized by concentric bone layers surrounding a central canal. So this one is also incorrect. Osteoblasts are the cells responsible for bone matrix synthesis and calcification. This is also incorrect. Finally, osteoclasts are the resident macrophages of the bones, which are essential for bone matrix resorption during bone growth and remodeling. This is our correct answer. And again, this is something that will just have to be sort of committed to memory. I recommend flashcards, making sort of matching games for yourself so that this kind of becomes second nature to you. Question 39. Which of the following antigen-specific immune cells produce cytokines which facilitate various immune reactions? Is it the macrophage cell, a helper T cell, a cytotoxic T cell, or a B cell? All right. So let's go through this. Starting from the bottom, B cells produce antibodies. So this answer is incorrect. The cytotoxic T cell directly attacks and destroys pathogens. So this answer is also incorrect. The helper T cells produce cytokines which facilitate the actions of B cells and the cytotoxic T cell. So this one seems like the correct answer, but let's go ahead and check the last one. Macrophage cells are part of non-specific innate immune systems, which engulf and destroy bacteria and cellular debris during infection and injury. So this answer is also incorrect. That leaves us with our helper T cells as our correct answer. We can select that. Move on to our next question. Question 40 is asking us about the function of the epidermis. Again, we see a select all that apply, so we know there will likely be more than one correct answer. Which of the following is a function of the epidermis? 1, it protects underlying tissues from abrasions. 2, it functions as a major component of the innate immunity. 3, it protects underlying tissue from chemicals. 4, it stores fat. 5, it functions as a major component of the adaptive immune system. So I can already see this option is sort of opposed to this option. So it might be one or the other of these. And lastly, it contains many blood vessels that can constrict or dilate for thermoregulation. All right, so I know that the epidermis is the outermost layer of skin, and therefore it protects underlying tissues from abrasions, heat, microbes, and chemicals. So I can go ahead and select this answer, a couple answer choices off the top. It protects underlying tissues from abrasions. We also know it protects underlying tissue from chemicals. It functions as a major part of the innate immune system or the general immune system. That's this one. It does not adapt, right? Adaptive, in that it doesn't change or discriminate against what it allows in. It disallows everything from coming in. So that means I can also eliminate answer choice 5, that it is a major component of the adaptive immune system. This layer of skin does not contain blood vessels, so I also know the last answer choice is incorrect. And the lipid-containing cells are found in the subcutaneous layer. So I also know that the fat storage option is incorrect. I can go ahead and move on to my next question. All right. Question 41 is a fill in the blank. It says movement of molecules in a substance depends on blank energy. Is it X-ray energy, heat energy, UV energy, or gamma ray energy? The correct answer here is heat. All matter is made up of particles called atoms. These atoms are always in motion. They bump into each other, they vibrate back and forth, and heat is a form of energy that is created through the movement of those atoms and molecules. The more heat added to a substance, the more those atoms move around. And so we can confidently select answer choice 2 as our correct answer and move on to question 42. All right, a scientist collected the following set of data to examine the effects of exercise on patients' heart rates. Okay, so go ahead and take a moment to just review this table for yourself, and then we'll talk about it in a moment. So my test-taking tip for this is to just have a quick look at the table provided. What I noted is that we have 3 patients, and we have their resting heart rates, and then we have a couple of 3 miles listed here, and an average of presumably their beats per minute of their heart for all 3 of those miles. I don't know if they ran those miles consecutively. I don't know anything more about what happened here. All I can tell is we have 3 different folks whose resting heart rate was taken at the beginning of the experiment, and then it appears their heart rates were taken after 1, 2, and 3 miles of running. All right, now I can read this paragraph here to understand the context. The patients were tasked with running 1 mile every day for 3 days. They were required to run the entire mile and were not allowed to walk. At the end of each mile, the scientists measured the heart rates of the patients. Which of the following conclusions can be drawn from this data? So now I understand that they ran mile 1 on day 1. On day 2, they ran mile 2. And on day 3, they ran mile 3. They're running 1 mile per day. They're not running 1 mile and then 2 miles and then 3 miles, right? So now let's see what information can be drawn from this data. So I'm going to delete some of my annotations here so that I can scroll up. The patients became fitter with each mile run. The patients ran mile 3 faster than mile 1. The patients that ran the mile faster had higher heart rates, or running increased the heart rates of the patients. Okay? Well, let's start at the bottom. Regarding option 1, or the bottom option here, running increased heart rates of the patients, right? So we can see here's all of our resting heart rates, and here's our heart rates after running. In each one of those cases, these folks have higher heart rates across each mile, right? So when they run, they have a higher heart rate than when they are at rest. Each one of these first column heart rates is their at rest heart rate. So we know this is true. It's a very general observation, but it is accurate. The next option here says the patients that ran the mile faster had higher heart rates. Well, do I have any information about the time that it took any one of these folks to run their mile? No. So I cannot draw this conclusion based on this data, okay? The next option is the patients ran mile 3 faster than mile 1. Again, I have no time data. There's no data here that tells me anything about how long it took these folks to run their mile. So I cannot say that this conclusion is something I can draw from the data provided. Again, I can eliminate this one. The patients became fitter with each mile run is the last option. Again, do I have data on their fitness level? There is no information here that would give me an insight into who was more fit than the other. And so again, this is a conclusion that needs to be drawn from this data, right? And we're talking about this data, not data that you have in your head, not thoughts that you have or assumptions you make about people who run more often, right? So we can eliminate this answer choice, leaving us with this more basic, but nevertheless accurate observation based on the data we have. So we can, I'm going to go ahead and delete all my annotations here. I'm going to select the last answer. All right, let's look at question 43. Question 43 is asking us to answer what statement is true about hydrogen bonds. So that means that each of these answer choices, there will be only one that is accurate, and that's going to be our correct answer. 1, they're considered strong attractive forces. 2, they don't affect the properties of water in any way. 3, they form between a partial positively charged region on one molecule and a partial negatively charged region on another molecule. Or 3, they result from the attraction between ions that have no charge. What we know is that hydrogen bonding, and what you'll learn in our chemistry course, is that hydrogen bonding occurs between molecules when at least one contains a hydrogen atom and both molecules have a small electric charge because the molecule is polar. There's going to be a slight positive charge and a slight negative charge, which creates a weak bond, but nevertheless, there is a weak attractive force between the slight negative and the slight positive. So, the correct answer choices are our third one from the top. If you want kind of an explanation of why the other answers are incorrect, move through this quiz on your own, and the non-answers will be explained in full detail. Let's move on to question 44. Question 44 asks, which of the following is the most plausible sequence of events? 1, is it born into a musical family, grows up around music, starts learning guitar, plays concert? That sounds pretty reasonable to me. It's my first answer choice, so I'm going to put a little circle here to tell myself that one seems possible, but I want to move through all of them before moving on. Extensive car use, air pollution, that makes sense. Less people with asthma, less healthcare expenses. That doesn't really add up. If we have extensive car use and air pollution, I would think we would have more, not less people with asthma, and then that would result in more, not less healthcare expenses. So I can eliminate answer choice 2. 3, walk in the woods, stung by a bee, given morphine, early death. All right, again, the first one kind of makes sense with the second one. You walk in the woods, you might come upon a beehive and get stung by a bee. Given morphine, that seems extreme for a bee sting. Additionally, early death. Is an early death associated with being given morphine for bee stings? It doesn't really add up. I can eliminate this answer. Finally, poaching more rhinos, okay? More export rhino horn goods. That makes sense. More goods with lower economic value, okay? Economy boost. Right, boost means increase. Lower economic value means decrease. That doesn't seem, lower economic value would not correlate with more exports, right? More exports to me means you would have a higher economic value, and then that would lead to an economy boost, right? So again, this answer choice doesn't make a lot of common sense. We're left with our first one that we like to begin with as the correct answer. We're going to select that one and move on. All right, let's look at question 45. Which of the following would be the approximate mass of a car? 180 kilograms, 18 kilograms, 1,800 kilograms, or 180,000 kilograms? So it's good to have just a relative idea of the scale of various objects. The average mass of a human is around 60 kilograms. The average mass of a car is around 1,800. The average mass of a laptop is about 2.5 kilograms. And if having those in your mind help you create some ways to estimate correct and incorrect answers for questions like question 45. We can go ahead and select answer choice 3. That is our correct answer, and we can move on. Question 46. The same single replacement reaction is run on 2 different beakers. These beakers are labeled as beaker A and beaker B. They are heated to 75 and 100 degrees Celsius, respectively. If the reactions are run for 15 minutes each, which of the following results would you expect to observe? Beaker B produces more product than beaker A. No products are produced in either beaker. The 2 beakers produce the same amount of product. Or beaker A produces more product than beaker B. You know, this is one where you could draw something out for yourself. You have one beaker, and you have the second beaker, and we'll say this one is B, and we'll say this one is A, and we'll say A was heated to 75 degrees Celsius, and beaker B was heated to 100 degrees Celsius. All right? just so that you can keep straight which one was warmer than the other. The correct answer here is going to be that beaker B produces more product than beaker A, and here is why. As the temperature of a reaction increases, the reaction rate will increase as well. Remember that heat makes atoms move around more, creates more of a reaction. This is due to the increased number of collisions that occur between those molecules during the reaction. Since beaker B is at a higher temperature, it should produce more product than beaker A, since the reaction times available are the same, right? So the reaction time, we know each one was given 15 minutes. If you allowed beaker A to keep going for another 5 or 10 minutes later, perhaps they would have the same amount of product, but since they are both stopped at that 15-minute mark, we would expect beaker B to have more product. All right, and so that's our correct answer. We're gonna go ahead and delete my annotations from this, select our correct answer, and move on. Question 47 is a fill in the blank. It says, enzymes are biological catalysts that blank are necessary to convert substrate into products, bind to the products, use up the substrate molecules in the reaction, or increase the rate of any given reaction. What you're going to learn in our chemistry course is that enzymes are used regularly to increase the rate of a given chemical reaction. Question 48 asks, why are control groups used in experiments? Is it to increase the amount of data collected, to help scientists quickly perform experiments, to minimize the effect of variables, or to ensure the accuracy of measurements? When you go through the scientific design and methodology portion of our biology course, you'll see that it's so important to have control groups because it minimizes the effect of variables. You're able to draw clearer conclusions about what caused a particular outcome in an experiment. So that's our correct answer, and we can move on to question 49. Go ahead and review the data in this table and then choose the statement that draws the best conclusion. So again, I'll give you a few moments to review this table on your own, and then I'll come back and we can discuss the correct answer and how I got there. All right, so like I explained for a prior question that had a table regarding the runners, what I like to do is take a look at the table first before I even look at the answer choices and figure out what I think is happening here. What I have is a whole bunch of students, right? We have 5 students. We have the time that they spent sleeping the night before. The night before what? Oh, they have test scores, so presumably the night before a test. Here are all of their respective scores. And then, oh, here are some more students. This is an interesting format for a table, right? So I'm learning something here. We have some more students, 5 more. We have the time they spent sleeping at night, the night before, and we also have their test scores. Okay. So looking at this, my guess is that this experiment wanted to do some amount of analysis on how the amount of time spent sleeping the night before a test affects the student's test score. So now I'm going to take a look at my answer choices and see which one sort of fits. I think the best time-saving one would be to look at the answer choices and figure out which one fits. I think you could also spend a moment or two in the exam taking a look here to see if you notice any correlations yourself, right? So who slept the most? Antonio, right? Antonio slept 10 hours and got a 92. All right. Who slept the least? That looks like Scott, 6.2 hours and he got a 67. All right. So I can see 67 is pretty far below a 92. Maybe the more you sleep, the better your test score, right? Let me check a couple more just to see how that conclusion sits with me. This person here slept for 6.9 hours. This is the next lowest. She got a 70. That's Lily. And let's have another look. We have the next highest is someone who slept for 9.4 hours. They got a 92. I'm sorry, a 91. All right. So, and it does sort of continue to track. The next down would be 9 hours over here. That person got a 89. Someone who got 8.3 hours got an 87. Someone with 8.2 hours got an 86. Someone with 8 hours also got an 86. So maybe between 8 hours and 8.2 doesn't make too much of a difference. And then finally, our folks down here, Janae and Jamelia, slept for 7.5 hours and got an 80, 7.3 hours and got a 79. So what I'm seeing is as the number of hours goes down, so too does the test score. All right. Let me remove my annotations so that we can kind of more clearly see our answer choice options. There is no correlation between sleep and test score. Well, as we just went through, we saw there is sort of a correlation. We can eliminate that one. The amount of time spent sleeping is the cause of what test score was received. This one is tempting. I'm going to leave it and we're going to discuss that one in a moment. Hours spent sleeping and test score and score on the test correlate negatively with one another. As you sleep more, your test score goes up. That seems like two positive responses. So that would be a positive correlation, not a negative one. And that's not our answer. The next option is hours spent sleeping and score on the test correlate to one another. So it doesn't specify is it positive or negative, but it does say that there is a correlation between sleep and test score. I like this answer the best, this last answer. Here's why. Answer choice 2 says definitively the amount of time spent sleeping is the cause, meaning the only one, of what test score was received. Meaning, if you slept for 8 hours, you got an 86. But if you slept for 8.5 hours, you got an 89. And that's not necessarily true. It's not that prescriptive. We see that some folks slept for different amounts of time, but got the same test score. So that undermines this particular conclusion, and we can remove that one. So the last answer choice, while again, similar to the other table that we looked at, it's a very general observation, a very general conclusion that can be drawn. Nevertheless, it is the correct answer for this question. We know that there is some correlation between test and sleep, but we also know perhaps there was other data that was not collected here. Maybe these folks ate different things. Maybe they ate different amounts of things. Maybe their beds have different comfort levels. Maybe there was additional noise in the background. Maybe some of them had a class before they took the test. There are so many other variables we could throw in here and think about so that we can't say with absolute conviction that the time spent sleeping is the cause of what particular test score someone received. That goes a little bit too far. We can go ahead and commit, I think, pretty fully that hours spent sleeping and test score have some correlation to one another, and it might deserve some additional review. Let's go ahead and go to the next question. Question 50 says, dissolved oxygen, or DO, is an important indicator of water quality and oxygen levels that are too high or too low that can cause harm to aquatic ecosystems. A biologist noticed that fish were dying in a local lake and was concerned that the DO levels were too low to support aquatic life due to extremely high temperatures that summer. To measure the DO levels, she brought back several lake water samples to her laboratory to measure the DO concentration as a function of temperature. To do this, she heated several samples of lake water to various temperatures and then measured the DO concentration in each sample. Some samples were kept at the outdoors temperature. Which of the following is the independent variable, right? And so what you'll learn in our scientific design course is that an independent variable is the variable that is controlled during an experiment to see how it influences the dependent variable. So here, our scientist was trying to draw a correlation. She was trying to see how the temperature impacted the DO concentration, right? That's what this sentence here tells us. Wants to measure the DO concentration as a function of temperature. So she's going to change the temperature. She's going to adjust the temperature as we see in her experimental design. She's going to heat the temperatures, the lake water samples to various different temperatures. She's controlling that. That is the independent variable. so that she can measure those DO levels and see, well, how does that temperature impact the dissolved oxygen level? So our independent variable here is going to be temperature. We can select that, feel confident in our answer, and move on. All right, folks, that's our full practice test, the free TEAS 7 practice test. We can finish our quiz. You hit the finish button right here, and you can review all of the correct answers. You can review the incorrect answers. Use that.
All right,
to
everyone,
help you
welcome
build
to our
some
TEAS
study
7
tools like
reading practice
flashcards,
test walkthrough.
diagrams.
My
for
name is Nicole,
labeling,
and I am the course
matching
instructor for the
games
Nurse Hub
yourself.
TEAS 7 reading course. And today I'm going to walk you through the free reading practice test from nursehub.com. And I'll show you exactly how to answer each question. If you're nervous about the reading section, don't worry. I'll be here with you every step of the way. If you find you're short on time and want to come back to this later, you can download a PDF of this practice test by clicking the link in the description below. The PDF also includes detailed explanations, so you will know how to solve each question just by using the PDF. Also, if you want to try this test on your own first, I've added the link to this free test in the description so you can try it and then come back to it later if you'd like. All right, so let's get started with the first question. Remember, these questions are really accurate and should give you a good idea of what you'll see on your exam. As I go through the reading passages, I'm going to put up the paragraphs for you. I highly suggest you press pause to read and then play when you're ready to move forward. Let's get started. We start by reading the question. Which of the following best summarizes paragraph 2? So we know we'll have to zoom in on paragraph 2, but because there might be other questions about the same text later, I want you to read the whole text. All right, I'm going to jump back up to paragraph 2 here and see if I can find the best summary. We are looking for the main idea and key details that support it. Introduced in the first couple sentences, I see this idea of octopuses being smart. So the quality that makes octopuses smart is their ability to apply learned information. I think that's important. I see the term "for example" next, so I know that that could be a supporting detail. However is a transition word. This seems like a little bit of a summary of these examples. These creatures prove capable of complex problem solving. I also want to highlight this piece. The octopuses chose which strategy to use based on which species they were presented with. All in all, octopuses are smart and they're able to apply their learned information in different contexts. So let's see if we have a match with the answer options. This is the best answer. Let's see why. Octopuses are brilliant creatures due largely to their part and ability to identify mussels. This idea about mussels and clams is a supporting detail. It is not a full summary of the text, so we can cross out this one. Again, this is a supporting detail about one aspect of the octopuses, so we can cross out this answer. This answer choice is almost there, but we need more information about their ability to learn. So this isn't a full summary. We can cross this one out. Go ahead and take a look at the answer explanations on your screen as I scroll through. All right, right off the bat, I see the same passage, and it's a good thing that we read it the first time so that we don't have to go back and reread for this one. But the question that we need to look at is which of the following is a reasonable conclusion that can be drawn from the passage? So we need to make an inference. I want you to take a moment and skim through this text one more time. After reviewing these answer choices, I'm going to eliminate a couple off the bat. There's more to this passage than just the fact that octopuses are intelligent, and we can't really make the inference that they're the most intelligent creatures on Earth because they don't talk about any other animals in this text. This is wrong. Octopuses only eat clams and mussels. This is also wrong. There are supporting details about clams and mussels, but it's not a reasonable conclusion that we can make. Now, this answer choice includes something kind of distracting here. Enjoy playing catch with an aquarium worker? We cannot jump and make that conclusion from this text because there is no evidence to support it. This is our best answer. Take a moment as I scroll through to pause and look at the answer explanations. You can press play when you're ready to move forward. All right, again, I see the exact same passage, so what we're going to do is scroll down first and read the question. Which of the statements from the passage best presents the topic of the passage? Okay, so we're thinking about the topic, kind of has to do with the main idea here. I want to point out to you here that these are all lines that are directly pulled from the text, so we need to find the one that aligns most with that topic of octopuses being really smart. This information about the octopus predicting the outcome of the World Cup is just information that's used to hook the reader, so we can cross it out. It's not best aligned with the topic. I'm going to keep the second answer choice and I review the next one. This is a pretty good answer choice, but it's not the best answer. This section does sum up the passage and provides further thought and consideration for the reader, but it's not aligned best with the topic. Between these two answers, this is the best answer. Take a moment, read through the answer explanations. All right, again, same passage. Let's scroll down and read the question. Which detail is irrelevant to the main idea? This word here, irrelevant, means not needed. So we're looking for an answer choice that doesn't quite support that main idea that octopuses are super smart, brilliant creatures, and they use their applied knowledge throughout their tasks that they are presented with. This answer choice has to do with the tasks they were presented with and the strategy they choose. So that is relevant to the main idea. I'm going to cross it out. This answer choice doesn't seem to align with the main idea. It simply tells you information about octopuses in the earth. So I'm going to keep it. This talks about how they are similar to what a human might exhibit when bouncing a ball, exploring options for engaging with a new stimulus. This is about their brilliant nature. So we're going to cross this out. This answer choice just talks about how they display curious behavior and then goes on to describe examples: opening jars, escaping their tanks. This has to do with that main idea of them being very smart. Cross it out. This answer choice is the best answer. All right, let's go ahead and head on to the next question. Let's look at the question first. How long is the window for residents to have a water heater inspection conducted? So we need to look for a window of time that is described in this piece of text. Go ahead and pause your screen here and read through. Remember, you're looking for a window of time. All right, I see that the yearly inspection is going to begin on Monday, March 21st. I also see it's going to end here on the 25th. So if we're looking through the 21st through the 25th, that's about 1 week. Let's see if we can find that answer. Yep, we can. Here it is. Correct answer. Boom. Go ahead and look through this answer explanation if you'd like. All right, let's go ahead on to the next question. Again, I see this same piece of text, so it's a good thing we read it the first time. What's the main idea? All right, we have to dive back into the passage to see what the correct answer is. I want to highlight a couple things for you here. Okay, I see that this yearly inspection is going to be starting and conducted in the units. The residents have to log in and schedule a time. They also have to authorize a maintenance team member to enter the apartment if they're not there. A maintenance team member will come by your apartment for an inspection. These are all important details. Let's see if we can find the main idea of the passage here. From reading and underlining those pieces of evidence, I can see that the building management needs the cooperation of residents. They have to work together to get the water heater inspected. Take a moment to look at the answer explanations. All right, let's move on to the next question. Same passage again. Let's read the question. Which of the following is a logical conclusion that can be drawn from paragraph 2? We need to go right back up here to paragraph number 2 and check it out and look for the main idea so we can make a logical conclusion. All right, this is about selecting a time if you won't be home, authorizing team members to enter the apartment. This also talks about if there are items stored, they will need to be removed. Again, personal items should not be close to the water heater. So all those key details, let's see. There's no evidence to support that most residents do not want to authorize a maintenance team member to enter. This is incorrect. We can't make this conclusion. Cross it out. There's no information about most residents needing to authorize the maintenance team. This is just a suggestion made by the building management, so we can cross this one out. I don't think that the building management would talk about not storing personal items in their water heater closet if they didn't need to. So this is not a logical conclusion that we can make about no residents. Cross it out. This is the best answer option. Take a moment to read through the explanations. All right, let's move on to the next question. Same passage, different question. We're looking for a supporting detail about the necessity of the water heater inspection. So let's take a look at these answer choices. This just talks about the water heater closet, so we can cross this out. That doesn't tell us why the inspection is needed. Speaking about issues with your water heater, this information doesn't support the main idea that all water heaters must be inspected. This is just one water heater, so we can cross this out. This just tells us when it is, so we can cross it out. This is the best answer. Take a moment to look at the answer explanations. All right, here's a new passage. What we want to do is read the question first so we can establish our purpose for reading. So we are looking for a fact from the text. Take a moment to pause and read the passage. Remember, there is likely going to be more than one correct answer here. It says select all that apply. Let's take a look. Irritating is an opinion word, so we can cross this answer out. The only facts that I see here are about World War I and FDR. Go ahead and take a look at the correct answer options and the incorrect explanations. Let's move on to the next. Same passage here. What we're going to do is read the question. So now we're thinking about the opposite. We need to look here for an opinion. We need to look here for an opinion. I see an opinion word right off the bat in one of the answer options, and it is unfortunately. Not everyone's going to agree with that statement. This is the best answer option. Take a moment to look at the explanations. All right, so we are looking for which event comes last in the sequence here. We need to think about the very last thing that is happening. I see the word ultimately at the beginning, which means lastly. You find yourself surrounded by great friends and delicious food. It's saying it's worth it. I think that the last thing that's going to happen is enjoying that dinner party. All the other events come before. Here are the correct answers and the explanations. Here's the next question. You need to follow the directions that are given in the paragraph and make sure that you get the correct letters aligned in the number string. This is the correct answer. Go ahead and take a look at the explanations. Let's see what's next. All right, here's number 13. We see a pie chart and we see some text. The question is about which statement is true based on the pie chart and the explanation. So we need to go ahead and study the pie chart and read through that paragraph. Go ahead, do that now. All right, I'm gonna start from the bottom. Apples are the most highly preferred fruit, and therefore the students who selected apples will score highest. They are the most highly preferred fruit at 39%, but they won't score highest because, and here it says, fruits that are more likely to score higher on the exam than those that consume more starchy fruits such as bananas and apples. So bananas and apples are out for scoring high. More students choose citrus and berries as their favorite fruit, likely in an effort to score higher. I do see that citrus and berries are the two fruits that will potentially have you score higher. Berries are high in brain food, and consuming higher amounts of berries and citrus more likely to score higher. Okay, but this is totally correct. Are citrus and berries people's favorite? Citrus and berries. All right, strawberries, citrus is orange. These equate to 29% if you add them up. Apples are more. Incorrect answer. 70% of students are expected to score higher on the exam than 30% are expected to score higher than 70. So it looks like we got to do some math here and keep in mind that citrus fruits and berries are the two fruits that you should eat in order to be able to score higher. So apples are 39, other is 4, bananas are 28, okay? All right, let's go ahead and add these up. So we're looking at 39 plus 28 plus 4. That's 71. Okay. This is the low brain power food. Strawberries and oranges equate to 29%. So 29 is closer to the percentage of students who will score higher. So we're looking for that answer choice. 29% of students will perform higher. Okay. Around 30 are expected to score higher on the exam than the other 70. This is the best answer. Let's take a look at the next question. We see a map here. We need to figure out which statement is true based on the map. Lake Seneca is the northernmost feature on the map. Well, I see Lake Seneca at the very top of the map, but I also see this camping site here. There's only one designated camping spot. There are 2 camping spots. I'm using the legend. Parking is located near the restrooms. Parking and restrooms are here, which is true. The restrooms and parking are located east of Lake Seneca. This would be east of Lake Seneca over here. So this answer is correct. Take a moment to look at the answer explanations. Here we're looking at an illustration. What we need to do is think about these answer options and make sure we select the one that is true. Kidneys are the uppermost organ in the body. I actually see that there are organs above the kidney here. This is the kidney, there are organs above it, so that's incorrect. The right and left lung mirror each other in placement. That's true, but let's make sure we look through. The liver is below the left lung. Here's the left lung. Nope, it's below the right lung. The heart is directly above the spleen. The heart is here. The spleen is here. It's not directly above it. So our best answer is this one. Take a moment to look through the explanations. All right, here we see a large passage. Again, we're going to read through the whole passage, but let's preview this question. What is the structure of the passage? Take a moment to read through the first 3 paragraphs. And then go ahead and read through the last 2 here. So automatically here I can cross out sequence. This is not in chronological order. Let's see between descriptive, cause and effect, and problem solution based on the text. I'm going to jump right back up here. So I'm going to look for cause and effect, description, or problem solution. Here's a problem. Adults suffering from insomnia. Here's a potential solution. Here's another one. Another one. Maintaining a notebook is another. I see a problem and lots of solutions here. Take a moment to look through the answer explanations. Let's read the question first. We're looking for the author's perspective, their point of view, how they feel. All right. Let's see which answer choice is incorrect. Ambivalent means having wishy-washy feelings, like mixed feelings. This author doesn't have mixed feelings about this topic. They're describing a problem and a solution here. I'll cross this out. The author is also not sentimental. There's no sentimental language, which means they're thinking about the past. All in all, this author is more empathetic than concerned. Here's why. Let's look at the next one. We are looking for an antonym, a word that means the opposite of exacerbated. So let's go look up at exacerbated. Find it in that first paragraph. Here it is. Exacerbated sleep issues. Let's find the word that means the different than exacerbated. From the evidence in the text, I can infer that exacerbated means worsened here. So I'm going to try and find two antonyms for worsened. I see alleviated, which means like fixed or relieved. I also see the word diminished here. Diminished means to make better or lessen. Diminished means to lessen. So let's see if these answers are correct. Yep. Let's take a look at why. All right, let's go ahead and look at the question first. The purpose of the footnote here. You will learn this in my lesson, but a footnote here, we need to look in the text for the number 1. All right, so our footnote here is this piece of the text talking about the data and the American Cancer Society. So this is not placing a spotlight on anything. It's not showing recency. It is helping you understand the passage better, but more so it's revealing the source that the author used, the American Cancer Society. To pull this information, about 50 have been steadily on the rise. Pull this information about rates. There's 2 years that are also cited. All right, we're looking at which of the following is the source of this text. This seems to be a recipe. YA novel is young adult novel. Nope. Oven manual. That would be telling us how to look at or fix our oven. Food and beverage magazine seems best so far. Entertainment magazine, maybe, but if this is having to do with food, it would be more so in a food and beverage magazine. All right, let's look at what's next. Again, same recipe. We're looking for the word delectable, and we're trying to find the meaning of it. Delectable bars. Easy to make, commonly found, perfect for any occasion. All right, that maybe means that they are delicious. Again, we have a question about this recipe. What's the purpose of the last sentence? I want to point out here that the last sentence is here. Add frosting to the top for extra special treat. This here is not talking about ingredients needed, not talking about butter, not talking about who will enjoy this recipe, but telling us how to finish the dessert. Putting frosting on top. All right, so here's our question. We're looking for someone who is researching ancient India, origins of Buddhism. I know Buddhism is a religion. I see religion is in the 200 region. The 400 region is languages, so we don't want to select that one. 800 is literature, which would be stories, more so fiction. 900 is history, geography, and biography. If we are looking specifically into Buddhism, we need to be looking at religion. So the correct answer is 200. Okay, so in this question, we are looking at a student studying examples of early 21st century pop musicians. We need to find a primary source that they can use. So a biography is a primary source. We cannot choose that answer. I also see this answer choice says released before 2000. We're looking for the 21st century pop musicians primary source, so this is not correct. Our best answer here is an album of music. All right, let's go ahead and look at the primary argument of this passage. We need to pause and read and then try and understand the best answer. So we're looking for the primary argument. Giving seniors responsibility of pets improves their happiness. Gives them something to be in charge of. Dramatically improves the outlook of seniors. Fosters joy and love, reduces stress. All of those pieces of evidence go into this answer. Owning a pet improves the lives of seniors in nursing homes. Let's go ahead and think about which stereotype is in this passage. But first, we have to read through the passage. Take a moment to do that. As I'm looking at the answer options here, I see if we're looking for a stereotype, I'm looking for an overgeneralization. Tedious and unfortunately daily tasks made even worse by the onset of the recent global pandemic is an overgeneralization. Not everyone's going to think it's tedious and unfortunate. This is the best answer. All right, let's take a look at this poem. We're going to think about what is the theme, what is the universal lesson learned. All right, let's look at these answer options. I'm not going to choose this answer because this is not a theme statement. So let's see which answer choice is best supported with evidence from our poem. Use with caution, you might be burned. Interesting. All right, let's think about the contrasting theme here, the opposite of that theme we just chose. If we're thinking about being careful, I know the poem describes someone who has blind faith in people. So I'm between two answer options right now. This lovingly sending money and donating, because these two have negative connotations. This is the better answer. This idea about generosity is why. All right, we're looking for logical conclusion about the experience of college students. Go ahead and read through this passage. All right, same passage here. We're going to be looking for a stereotype here, an overgeneralization that's made. We can read through the answer options and choose the best one. This is a fact. It's study done. This is not an overgeneralization. The best answer is because this all college students overgeneralization. All right, new passage here, but let's look at the question first. We need to look for an inference about smoking habits of people living in blue zones. All right, here's a new paragraph. We're looking for an inference that can be made about the effects of climate change. Take a moment to read through this paragraph. What inference can we make about the effects of climate change? All right, new passage. We are looking for the counter argument, so the opposite of the argument in this passage. So we have to first identify the argument. All right, the author is talking about breakfast. Eating low sugar can help kickstart your metabolism. Protein is vital. Not consuming sweets during the morning. Protein-packed vegetable grain breakfast. All right, let's see. Which one is the counter argument? Talking about the health of eating low sugar and high protein. This is a counter argument because the author believes that you should not consume sugar first thing in the morning. All right, new paragraph here. Let's read the question. We need to look for the claim presented in the statement above. Next time you observe migrating birds, marvel at their unique capability to navigate between temporal homes year after year. So read through the passage and then choose the piece of evidence from the answer options that best reinforces that statement. This information is reinforcing the claim here that they're able to navigate between temporal homes because they're able to see the magnetic field lines as a guide. All right, quick, short passage here. We need to think about the author's purpose. I see here in the last sentence that the author uses persuasive language. We should all do something. The author is calling us to do something. This is a text that is intended to persuade. All right, here's our next one. We're thinking about a logical addition to the end of the passage, so something that would align with the end of the passage. The end of the passage, again, is that call to action. We should all do our part to help animals in need. So we're thinking about something that should help. Raising prices doesn't really have to do with that. preparing your house doesn't really have to do with that. The best answer here is this one, about saving a life. All right. We're reading this one short sentence, and then we're deciding which source would likely have this sentence in it. We're looking for which source would likely have this sentence in it. I don't think this is a textbook because it's not giving information about anything that's educational in terms of academia. This is not an anthology. This could be a warranty or a handbook, but if it's talking about the first 30 days of use, this is more likely a warranty. All right. We need to find the source that's most appropriate for finding information about how to format a research paper. This cannot be a user manual. That is a technical piece of writing. This is not an index. It doesn't give us information about where things can be found as a text or an almanac. A style guide, like an APA style guide or something of that nature, is correct. All right, so in order to get the correct answer here, we have to do a little bit of math. We have to first start with how much this person was making before the promotion. So what we have to do is multiply 1125 by 40. When you multiply those two together, you get 450. So keep that number in mind, 450. Then we need to understand how much he will make in this promotion, which is 1550 times 40. 1550 times 40 is 620. This last step is that we need to find the difference between those two numbers. So 620 minus 450. And that equals 170. $170. All right, in this, we need to analyze the images and think about how greenhouse gases affect the atmosphere. As I'm scrolling through, I see that this is not about greenhouse gases at all, talking about solid, liquid, and gases. This one is also not about greenhouse gases. It's talking about transformers, generators, power lines. I think that the best answer option here is A, talking about how there's trapped heat in our atmosphere, which is greenhouse gases in this case. All right, now we're looking for which element is used in research papers when you're giving credit to someone else. So when you're giving credit to someone else, you are not providing materials and methods because this is how you got to the answer to your claim. An abstract is a summary of the article, so we're not going to use that. Citations are referencing sources. Acknowledgements are just thanking people or sources that you used for your paper. All right, next we're going to be looking for a sequence word, okay? So what you can do here is you can read through this paragraph real quick and see which word provides something that has to do with a sequence of events. This word ultimately means last, and it has to do with a sequence. Here's why. All right, let's take a look at these drop downs. What we need to do here is drag and drop these items into a correct order. I know that a title page always goes first. I know that an afterword is always at the end. And we need a table of contents after the title page to be able to see the abstract and then everything else. This is the correct order. All right, now we have a context clue question here. We're thinking about the word permeable. So which answer choice shows us the definition of permeable? Soaks up is the piece of evidence I am concentrating on here, which means absorbent. Got it correct. All right, y'all, congratulations, you did it. You've completed the first step in acing the reading section of the T7 exam and getting into nursing school.